Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, November 29th, 2023, 2 o'clock meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
For those of you who are not familiar with these proceedings, the way the cases work is the applicant will present their case. If there are any objections, they will be given the opportunity to voice their objections, and then the applicant or the applicant's representative will be free to sum up. Everything is live streamed. You can refer to these cases later on at your leisure if you wish. We have a court reporter. We're not constrained by the strict rules of evidence, so we're very liberal in that regard, and we take emails, letters, texts, and God knows whatever other forms of communication. Patrick, start calling cases. Looks like a busy afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any applications for adjournment for this afternoon.
Okay.
We will begin with case
First case.
723-23 through 725-23, Baldwin. Loyetta Braithwaite. Variance, lot area occupied, construct addition attached dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied, maintain two-car detached garage with less than required side and rear yard setbacks. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, maintain wood deck attached to dwelling, also known as 700 Thomas Avenue.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Monty Leeper, located at 414 Foxhurst Road in Oceanside, and I'm the architect.
Good afternoon. My name is Loyette Braithwaite, residing at 700 Thomas Avenue, Baldwin, New York.
Hi, I am Erin Braithwaite, and I reside at 700 Thomas Avenue, Baldwin, New York.
So, yes. Loyette and Erin Braithwaite, again residing at 700 Thomas Avenue in Baldwin, a 60 feet wide by 105 feet deep property in zone residential B, are requesting a lot area variance from the zoning code that requires maximum lot area of 27.5% of the total yard area. The current home, which is a non-conforming dwelling, covers 34.5%. The requested coverage total with a one-story, 5 feet deep rear kitchen addition will make the total 35.7%. I was hired to design a rear extension to expand the kitchen 5 feet to the large rear yard with a back door landing and steps. In the process, we did a search and current zoning analysis and discovered that the original home is a non-conforming dwelling signed off with a certificate of completion number 025259 in 2002. Other permits issued in 2002 were obtained by a previous owner, including the one-story side yard addition, an enclosed porch conversion, interior alterations, a finished basement with a bathroom, and a 6-foot fence. All of these applications have received a permit and certificate of completion. The Braithwaites, however, were unaware at their closing the deck still had not been filed for by the previous owner, and the garage came up as a question in the preparation of this case. It was built, as it states in the age letter, it was approximately 8 years of age in 1938. So the question came up as to whether it was non-conforming or not, and in order to move forward, we filed for the garage as well. And that garage is application 23-7950 with setbacks of 4 inches behind the garage and 1 feet 1 inch on the west side, as they have been for, in my estimation, almost 100 years. The deck is filed as application 22-14522. It aligns with the approved section of the residence, which became the enclosed porch. The side yard is 6.3 feet to the east side of the deck, and the aggregate of both side yards is 14.8 feet, which is only 2 3/4 inches less than the required side yard aggregate required of 15 feet.
Isn't
Yes.
that number the combination That's to the house, but you have a bump out there. You added 6.3 and 8.5, right?
6.3 feet on the side yard.
And,
It says on the east side property line, 6.3 feet.
and, what's the other side?
Pardon?
What's the other side?
The other side is, well, the total is 14.8. Yes, there's a bump out, I see what you're saying, of 8.5 feet. Yes.
Right, so the aggregate isn't 14.8, right? Because
No,
you
the
have-
aggregate it's 8.5 plus 6.3.
How
And
do
that
you
comes
con-
out to 14.8.
Why doesn't the bump out?
Sorry?
Why doesn't the bump out reduce the aggregate?
Well, if I take 8.5 and
I
I
can do
add
the
just
math.
6 to it, I'll get 14.5. And if I add 0.3 to that, I'll get 14.8.
I can do the math. The question is, why are you ignoring the bump out, which reduces the 8.5 side yard by 3 feet?
No, the 8.5 is to the bump out. It's not to the side of the house. It's to the bump out.
Yeah, it does. Did you draw these plans?
I did, and I took it from the survey.
The 8.5 is to the bump out?
Well, I'm going to subtract the
No,
dimensions.
we can do the math. The question is, the way it's written, is the 8.5, you're certain it's to the bump out, not to the house wall?
The garage is already there.
Yes, I'm certain, because the dimension to the side of the house is 11.3.
Okay, that house.
So the 8.5,
Where does it say that?
it doesn't give that because it only gives the minimum, which is the 8.3, 8.5, and 8.5.
Oh.
That line is taken directly to the corner of that bump out, which is 3 feet out.
Okay.
That line
It would
is
have been
not-
helpful to have the house measurement too, just.
I'm sorry?
It would have been helpful to have the house measurement too, because that actually allows us to distinguish it, but, okay, so 11.3.
You mean another
to-
setback? You're asking for another setback line?
No, I'm just saying, knowing, because it's so confusing, the distance, what that distance is from, there aren't any little arrows, there's usually arrows on the end of the lines. So, in the future, it would be helpful to have the 11.3, but whatever.
If you extend the line, delineating the side of the house and extend it to the garage, it looks like it's about 9 feet. The garage is 18 feet in width. It's obviously greater than
Yeah, but just put the
8.5 feet,
numbers on.
however, it would have been nice.
Yeah, but just put the number on, it's helpful, actually,
Yep.
so keep going.
Okay. So we're requesting to rectify the lack of filing for the deck by the previous owners, the placing on record of the garage, which is clearly as old and built in the same materials as the non-conforming house, and to construct a 5 feet extension of the kitchen with a half bathroom at the rear door. The home is kept in impeccable condition and will continue to be, and the rear yard, which is 41 feet wide by 47 feet long of grass area and 2,200 square feet of open space, will continue to be open for the family's recreational use. The proposed addition enhances the home, creating an open-plan kitchen and breakfast room, does not impose on access to the rear yard for emergency rescue equipment, is not a detriment to the neighbors or the surrounding neighborhood, and will not block sunlight nor adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of the adjacent properties. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that these variances be granted. That's our case.
Any questions from the board?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Leeper, you and your clients will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready. Thank
Second.
you.
Thank you.
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to call this one out of order. We're going to call case 137023 Point Lookout, Thomas and Kathleen O'Rourke. Variances, lot area occupied, side yard, rear yard, construct two-story addition, second-story additions, and outdoor shower, all attached to dwelling on a larger lot, rear addition to be demolished, also known as 84 Cedarhurst Avenue.
It's 1370.
Thomas O'Rourke, 84 Cedarhurst Avenue, Point Lookout, New York, 11569.
Hi, Kathleen O'Rourke, 84 Cedarhurst Avenue, Point Lookout, New York, 11569.
John Novello, 320 Heather Lane, Hewlett, New York, 11557.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Novello. I'm here on behalf of John Capabianco Architect, 159 Dowdy Boulevard, Inwood, New York, 11096. Today we'll be representing Thomas and Kathleen O'Rourke, who is sitting to my right. They are seeking variances for lot area occupied, side yard, rear yard. The house is an existing bungalow. The front yard and side yard and rear yard are pre-existing. We're basically just building right on top of the existing footprint. There's a shed in the back of the house that's going to be removed. We're seeking the lot coverage as it exists now is at 30.8. We're just asking for an extra 2%, and that's basically in the rear of the property. A little addition that we're squaring off to create I believe like a little breakfast area. This is in a flood zone, obviously. It's in Point Lookout. We could have designed this house to be much higher in the air. However, Mrs. O'Rourke was adamant about keeping it as a quaint home. And if you look at the plans, the house, even with the second-story addition, from grade level, it's only about 25 feet high. We could have gotten, we could have went from freeboard and went 30 feet, so we could have made this really high. But we decided not to, and just kept it a quaint little bungalow fitting in with what it looks like today. Once we add the second floor, it's the same style as it is today. And we're hoping that the board, will grant us relief from these variances. And again, we're basically building right above the existing footprint.
I have a quick few things. So lot area occupied, you just want to go up 2%.
That's right.
Right? Side yard, you want to stay the same, but it's encroaching already 3.38.
That's right.
Rear yard, 15, you want to move it, you're at 14.2 to the house, which is fine, and you want to encroach a little bit more for a little shower.
That's right.
So the only other thing left is, I have a two-story addition in addition to the second-story addition. So somewhere you're not just in the footprint.
We're squaring, if you look at the plot plan on sheet A1,
Hold on, I'm looking at it.
okay, see where the proposed outdoor shower is?
Yes,
Right below that, that's the proposed two-story addition that we're basically squaring off the house. That's why the rear yard didn't change.
okay, so the 15.13 by 7.
That's a new
Other than
two
that-
stories addition.
Yeah, other than that, everything's in the footprint.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next, we're calling case 137123 through 137223 Merrick Seth Schwartz. Variance, lot area occupied, construct two-story addition and portico, both attached to dwelling. Variance, side yard, maintain 2 AC units attached to dwelling, also known as 3428 Hewlett Avenue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ashley Lowe from Mark Anthony Architects. Our office is located at 1563 Belmore Avenue in Belmore, New York. I am here this afternoon representing for my client Seth Schwartz, who is the owner and occupant of the subject property. Today we are here for a variance for a proposed two-story addition and portico, which are both attached to the dwelling. The proposed lot coverage is 33.97%, which is 2.01% over the required 27.5%, as this property is located in a Residence B zone. The house as it exists today has a lot coverage of 31.96%. The lot coverage is increased due to a fairly small 4-foot addition along the back of the house, as well as the front portico.
31.96 is increased to?
33.
Is being increased to the 33.97. The addition allows the Schwartz family to have a bigger kitchen on the first floor and a study on the second floor, as well as interior alterations. The addition also allows the house to be squared off with an existing rounded cantilever and is both on the first and second floor and meets all other zoning criteria with the exception of the lot coverage. The portico was added to allow for aesthetic purposes, to be in character with the neighborhood, as well as provide cover for the elements. And lastly, we are requesting relief to maintain 2 AC units attached to the dwelling. The AC units have a side yard setback of 1.75 feet, which requires 3.25 feet of relief from the required setback of 5 feet.
I'm glad you said that, because on your chart, it says on zoning, side yard 5 required, side yard provided 5.25. So the AC just wasn't calculated into it. You see,
Yes,
all right, so it's
Yes, that's-
1.75.
yes,
Just for the AC, and the rest of the structures are 5.25.
yes. The AC units were put on the side of the house that has the chimney to be out of the way, as the other side of the house is where the gate and all foot traffic enters and exits through the yard. This concludes our case. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
On the east side of the property in the front,
Yes.
it shows a dotted line. What is that? Dashed line? In that side yard where it says 5.25 feet? Is some type of an encroachment?
It's an existing roof over masonry patio.
How high above the ground is that?
I don't think we have that dimension on here. I believe it's 11.
That's Dan Casella. Dan Casella, where works for these here. Yeah. Just look at this.
We don't have that. I don't have that dimension.
Yeah, this is what it looks
I could guess, but I don't think you want me to guess.
I think Mr. Pellegrini has just shown me, and
You see, this is on a...
it looks like maybe it encroaches further into the side yard setback.
The roof over.
Correct.
That's a roof over?
Yes, it's an existing roof over masonry patio,
Okay.
over a masonry patio.
So
I-
is the 5.25 go?
I didn't, it does matter because it's...
The reason he brings it up, I think, is because,
Excuse me, some of the board members are a little hard of hearing, so if you're going to have a conversation, could you please take it outside?
so I
Thank
think the
you.
issue is, if we, that whatever number we're considering be accurate, because the last thing you want is us to approve one number, and it's not the right one. So the roofed over, the number is the 5.25 number is from the house,
Yes,
right? Do we know the number from the roofed over, or the, whatever we're calling this,
I do not.
cantilever, whatever it is?
No, I do
Is
not.
it relevant to our inquiry?
It is not.
It is.
Okay. I thought it was,
I'll
but
take the word for it.
It is.
That's already existing. It's just the proposed portico. If you look on the plot plan, it's right in front of on the dwelling where it says proposed first and second story addition. It's just the
Air conditioning units.
6 foot by 11.83 feet.
So the air conditioning units encroach into the side yard
Yes.
by how much?
So they have
What
a
is,
side,
what is the distance between the air conditioner and the side yard? The lot,
3.25 feet.
3.25 feet. Okay. Joe? You got it? Okay, all right. Is that your case?
Yes.
Any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you'll be notified.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed and abstentions?
Thank you, Ms. Graff.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we'll be calling cases 66123 through 66323, Point Lookout. Kevin M. Cahill. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, rear yard, construct second-story addition over garage and two-story addition connecting dwelling to garage. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, rear yard, construct pergola attached to dwelling. Special exception to construct accessory structure, shed with shower, higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum with lot area occupied variance, also known as 74 Glenwood Avenue.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members, Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, for the applicant.
George Monasterio, architect, 59 Belmore Avenue, Point Lookout, New York.
Good afternoon. Wasn't expecting to be called this soon, but thank you for calling us. We're here for the second time on this application. We had started the presentation a couple of weeks ago. And the board requested that we provide a little more detail in terms of some of the dimensions of the proposed addition on the plans. And we submitted plans that called out those required or desired dimensions, sent them in to the staff. I believe the staff and the board agreed the plans were adequate for your review, and so we're back here now requesting the relief that's in the notice. So this really boils down to a lot area occupied case. The goal here is to construct an addition to this house at 74 Glenwood Avenue in Point Lookout that would connect the existing house with the existing detached garage. So the addition would fill in the space between the house and the garage, and then we would have an additional story over the garage. So the addition that fills in, I should say, is a two-story addition, and then we would be adding a story to the garage as well. And all of that would be connected so that you would have a now interior garage/storage area, living space above the garage, and this connecting addition would join the house. So the setbacks to the house are not changing, and those refer to the or changing very, very slightly, I should say. So the side yard aggregate variance, as you can see on the table, the aggregate is not changing because we're not coming any closer to either side, so we're maintaining the 17.5 feet, 12.5 on one side, just shy of 5 on the other side that presently exists. In the rear yard, the setback to the garage, again, is not changing. That will remain at 16 feet. There is a slight diminution in one area of the new addition where you can see it's called out as second floor window seat. You can see that bumps out slightly towards the rear yard. And so that reduces it just in that one area to just under 13 feet. So they're very, very slight change in the footprint of the house. I believe with respect to the house, that's the only change in the footprint or diminution in the existing yards that we have. And I'll come to the shed.
That's not even a footprint, really,
That's just like a bay window.
but it's on the second.
Correct. Correct. But we're calling it out as a slight encroachment, so you're right.
I call it an encroachment if it's more than 2 feet. Isn't it a bay as opposed to a bow?
Correct.
And we concur.
You did good.
We concur.
Keep going.
But other than that, the footprint is not changing. We're not coming any closer in the rear or on the sides to the neighbors. The main, bulk of this case is this fill-in. So if you look, I found it most helpful to look at the floor plans because you can see on the foundation plan, you can see the area that we're filling in that's between the garage and the main house. And by my calculations, and Mr. Montessori will correct me, that's about a 362 square foot area that we are filling in. And that is the principal driver of the lot area occupied increase, which is bringing us from 46% to 55%. This is a substandard 4,200 square foot lot in Point Lookout. These types of lot area occupied numbers are not unusual on these types of lots in Point Lookout. And because we're not encroaching any further on anybody's side or rear yard, it's really just a better use of the space. The idea here is that the Cahills are going to be moving into this house to make it their permanent home, and they would like to expand the home by adding the addition that you see here. So the garage will be preserved, and the level above the garage will then have an expanded kitchen and a new living room. And then on the top floor of living space, we'll be gaining a master bedroom and I believe one other bedroom. Two other bedrooms.
Mr. Brown, how?
Yes.
You may have said it, and I apologize. If most of the project is over the footprint, how are we increasing? I know there's a shower. How are we going from 46 to 54 and change? And by the way, you said 55, but we have 54.3. Just to shore it up so that you don't have
Got it.
paperwork nightmares later.
So we're filling in that gap between the garage and the main house, which is now shown. You can see the sort of that area.
So that part is not in the footprint.
Right, there's nothing there now.
Yeah, no,
basically.
I didn't hear you earlier, so I'm like, how are we getting up that?
Right, so
Okay.
that's really the driver of this, is that by connecting the garage and the house, we're adding 360 or so square feet onto the footprint.
Was the garage completely detached previously?
Yes.
It is completely detached, yes.
And what's in the upstairs of the garage?
It's nothing, it's just a loft area storage.
Have you been up there?
Yes.
And in the garage, is there any heat or plumbing?
Currently, nothing.
Is there any planned? Since
it'll
you
be-
said currently, so,
Well, currently, the main level of the garage is, continue to be a garage. Above the garage is going to be a living space.
so there'll be plumbing and heating up there only?
Yes.
And you'll be able to come in through that
Detached
space
garage house.
and enter up into the main level. But it will function as storage space, as it currently does. And then there'll be a level above with living space. That's where this living room will go. And then above that, you'll have the master bedroom and the additional 2 smaller bedrooms.
And they're going to maintain a garage as a garage.
Yes.
Correct.
The ground level will be a garage.
And you can see, if you look at the elevations, there are garage doors shown on the front elevation.
I never saw a 4-digit address on here.
So that's the main part of the application. We're also proposing to replace an existing shed, correct, Mr. Montessario?
Correct, there's an existing shed that is too close to the property line, so we'll remove the existing shed and push it 2 feet off the rear and the side.
So it will be in the correct place. The shed itself is 142 square feet, I believe, correct?
142 square feet, yes.
But we're also proposing to annex a shower to that shed, an outdoor shower, and that's an additional 32 square feet. The denial considers it all as one structure since it's attached, so that's where you get the higher and larger than permitted denial. So we're looking to replace the existing shed with a new shed, keep everything 2 feet off the property line, and add an outdoor shower that will be attached to that shed.
This house uses a septic system rather than a sewage?
Yes.
Everyone appoint
The square footage is allowed. It's 142.
Correct.
It is 14.5 long. It's an odd shape, and then 7.2 across at its largest length dimension, I guess that would be.
It's an L shape.
Right, I see it. But my calendar shows it needing larger, so.
Well, they're calling it larger because they're counting the shower.
Right, but
As
what's the
part of it.
larger number we have to
The-
deliberate
So
about?
it's 142 plus 32, so
174.
174 in total.
So 170, because that's the number we have to deliberate on.
Right, right. And that's where it becomes larger because of the addition of
Right.
the shower.
And what's the higher number we need?
174.
174 is both the shed
No, the
with
higher number we need.
Oh, the height of the shed.
Oh, the height. It is 10 foot 10 to the midpoint.
To the ridge?
To the ridge is 15 foot 2.
Well, isn't that the number we use on this?
This can be either considered an accessory structure or a shed.
Well, how did the building department determine it?
Well, let's see how they call
Are
it
they
out.
using the shed numbers?
They call it as an accessory structure.
And what number did they use, Mr. Architect?
Well, the number that should be is 12 feet to the midpoint. Correct? It's 12 feet to the midpoint, what it should be, and I'm at 10 foot 10 to the midpoint.
If you look at it,
Brown,
it's...
do you agree
it's-
that's the number they should use?
I believe if it's considered an accessory structure, non-shed, then yes. It's extra storage, but
Okay, so what are the numbers you're using? Midpoint what?
To the midpoint is 10 foot 10. To the midpoint, correct. 12 feet. I think they're looking at the square footage.
well, I believe they always write it. It always says higher and special exception, higher and larger. I believe.
I cannot control what they write. I've asked them, correct.
To the midpoint, yes. If they interpreted it to the
as
peak, because it's a decorative looking structure, it would be 15 at the very top.
15 feet to the ridge. Well, it's 15 foot 2 to the ridge. I guess, yes.
You guess.
I guess
You're an
so.
architect. You come here all the time.
I don't always do sheds. I don't design sheds.
If you look at it, it's meant to be a decorative structure in the back. That's where that little extra is.
It's following the architecture of the house. So you'll,
And the last piece of relief we're looking for is the pergola, which is a decorative structure. You can see that is proposed to come to the rear property line. It would be attached to the rear of the house.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
That pergola, is that what looks like on the lower right-hand side
Correct.
of A1?
And
It
you
says
have it as-
proposed shed, I'm sorry.
You have proposed shed there, not pergola.
No, we fixed that.
Not on this one.
Maybe we don't have the current version of plans.
No, on the one that we resubmitted, it was a typo before. But on the resubmitted plan, it says proposed pergola.
This was a resubmitted, it says, Building Department 9/19/23.
The latest is 10/26, which was resubmitted.
That's what we sent in to put the extra dimensions
On the plot plan,
on the plot plan,
but not
yes.
the plans. Plans have not been amended.
Right, because the plans are the same.
So this, like Mrs. Adams said, this says proposed shed.
There was a typo. It's a pergola. That typo was fixed on the amended plot plan that shows the additional dimensions.
So I'd ask your architect to
We can cross it out.
amend it, date it, and sign it. I don't know, it's an exhibit, you don't have to.
Actually, I think both the plot plan and the underlying set was sent over, but we can initial the word and put shed.
So what again does your architect think the structure is?
You're talking about the shed or the accessory structure?
The accessory structure.
So the notice calls it an accessory structure, the structure we were talking about earlier. We're also proposing a pergola at the back of the house. There was a typo on the original plan. It was fixed on what was amended,
Yeah.
and we can initial that. That's,
So,
I think, covers everything we're
Your
asking.
pergola, is it 100% open?
Yes.
Yes.
The
Yes.
top also?
Yes.
And it's allowed to be right against the line?
Well, there's 2 columns supporting the open structure. And that's what we're looking for, is a relief.
but the open structure shows it on the property line.
It comes to the line of the property,
It's about
yes.
an inch off the property
Right,
line.
right. It could be cut back, but the idea was just to have that
I could cut- I
open
could-
decorative structure over the back of the property there.
I could push it back a foot.
Yeah,
I could push it back a foot.
On the pergola?
the pergola comes to the property line, yes. That's the relief that is needed.
So 2 feet.
Our expert just indicated that it needs to be 2-foot setback from the property line.
The columns. The columns?
Yes.
No, the roof, the whole thing
The whole
is.
thing?
Well, it's part of the relief we're seeking, to bring it further out.
So you're looking for a rear, is that in the rear yard?
That's the special exception. Construct pergola attached to dwelling. Rear yard, construct pergola attached to dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
So that's that's the relief, that it's not 2 feet, it's to the property line for that structure.
Do you know how close the abutting structure dwelling is to this pergola around the property line?
The house behind,
Yeah, that's right, better said.
that I'm not sure.
No.
But again, that's a decorative structure, we could cut it back to 2 feet.
And
if the board
it's
wishes.
only 6 by 6 posts, 2 of them.
This has no dimension on it either.
Right, it's just a column that supports.
I know, but it's a structure that you're seeking relief for, and
Yeah, you should
no
put the
number on
dimensions
it.
on it.
There
Well,
are other drawings for just a pergola.
The-
Oh, where are they?
The plot plan, which is what the snag was before, which brought you back today, doesn't have a dimension on the plot plan, on the proposed shed.
You mean the pergola?
Pergola, yeah, well, it still says proposed shed. I'm sorry. Let me see.
All we're seeking on the pergola is the rear yard variance.
What's the size of it, do you know? Look at what you have in front of you. Don't, Mr.
You mean,
Architect.
how
What's
far
this-
how far back
No,
does it go?
what's the overall dimension of the proposed pergola? Dawn, this is still
On
wrong.
the application for the pergola, I have a drawing for the pergola itself.
That's what he's saying, it's not a shed, it's a pergola.
I have one for the shed, pergola, and for the house.
Mr. Brown?
We did change it.
Not what we have.
Maybe Mrs. DeResta should show you this. It says proposed shed still with no dimensions.
Right, I understand.
Okay, so maybe,
And then we sent in a new plot plan and plans that were reviewed, and they said they were acceptable.
Do you have a copy of it for us? We don't
You
have it.
send them to us, maybe they're in our file.
I sent it to the office.
that, what Mrs. DeResta is showing you now
Right.
is the new one. And it got the amendment or correction for the proposed,
That's the one that you had when we were last here.
no, it has dimensions in it,
No.
No.
No, not this.
so that's void also.
The one we sent in with the has dimensions in the addition. The only change to it was we added dimensions in the addition,
Is this it, Dawn?
and we corrected the typo of shed versus pergola. That's it.
What's the date of that?
What's the,
What's the date that you're talking about?
I'll tell you if you give me a second.
We have another one here, but it also
10/26.
says shed.
Well, this says October 25th.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
10/26?
Yeah, but this is 10/25. Why isn't this changed?
Right, what happened is, the board asked us to put dimensions on. We added the dimensions. I sent the plan to the staff. I asked if that was acceptable. I was told it was acceptable. It had the required detail, and we went
So-
forward.
The one you submitted to the building department, they didn't require the dimensions we asked for.
No, I know, correct. The board asked us to show some additional dimensions.
The building department will require a full set of construction drawings once it gets approved.
I'm asking the dimensions, whatever they were, that you were asked to add to the materials, those were not dimensions that the building department required?
Correct.
Correct. They were,
So you gave us the same one you gave to the building department, and it didn't have those dimensions on it?
No, we
No or yes?
No.
we provided a new drawing on 10/26 with the dimensions that you required.
Okay, but I'm asking you, the drawing you provided before that, without the dimensions, was that the exact same one you submitted to the building department that it found acceptable?
Yes, the first one was acceptable
Which
to them.
dimensions was it that they found that were missing, that we needed, and they don't care about?
the board asked us to add dimensions calling out the length and width of the proposed addition,
yes.
Okay,
which we did. So if you see on the amended plan, you'll see where it says proposed two-story addition, there's now dimensions 12, 8.5, and so forth, that were not on the original
and
plan.
the building department didn't need those dimensions?
Correct.
Correct.
So when you submitted it to the building department, you did not?
They didn't ask for that specific detail because they were concerned about just the square footage that was additional for the footprint.
And also,
It didn't have the dimensions?
but also those dimensions are in the other drawings, A2 and A3. Well, they didn't require it on the plot plan.
No,
They
but
required it
I'm just trying to reconcile, going forward, that the length and width of the proposed addition was not on the building department's materials, and you gave us those materials without it, and then we had to ask for that, and you added them.
Correct.
I'm
On the
surpri-
plot plan,
I'm
correct.
surprised, oh, okay.
The concern was that if the board were to approve it, you wanted to approve have definitive numbers on the plot plan, since it's always granted in conjunction with the plot plan.
Yeah, I
So we added those details to
Yeah,
the plot
I'm ju-
plan that were missing.
Yeah, I was only surprised that you didn't have to include those numbers when you went to the building department.
But Mr. Montessario is saying they were included on the floor plans, but not on the plot plan. That was the
I
discrepancy.
just didn't realize the building department didn't need them on the plot plan,
That was the discrepancy.
so that's good to know.
So when we,
Oh, Did
We made
find
the
it?
revisions, we resubmitted them, I was told they were acceptable, and we added those dimensions and corrected the typo where the pergola was incorrectly referred to as a shed.
Did we find the October something 26 plans?
I can,
Oh, we have the 25th?
I emailed them to the office.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. So there was a set on 25 and a new set on 26, right?
Maybe it's the 25th. Maybe I had 26th date and they were done on the 25th.
No, 25 still has sheds, so. No, I'm just saying, I'm guessing they're
Right,
in our office digitally, but they didn't get printed
Right.
out. That's my guess.
that could be. I was told that
Would you
they
like to
had
see my
sufficient
copy?
detail and we could move forward.
You want to submit that?
You want to see it just so that you understand that,
You have it?
right here.
Bring it up.
Well, it's the,
Mr. Brown should come with him. No. No, because Mr. Brown needs to make sure the guy's honest. You need to make sure the guy's honest.
All right, pursuant to our conference for the record, we're going to put the dimensions of the pergola on the record now, and then we will resubmit, prior to the board making a decision, a version of the plot plan that puts the pergola dimensions squarely on the plot plan. And that would be the plan that we would ask the board to approve. Can you just put those dimensions on one more time?
and so,
One second.
Because he submit new plans.
Mr. Brown,
Yes,
your client's going to submit a corrected or amended site plan.
yes.
So you offered to cut it back 2 feet off of that property line.
We could do that, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so when you correct it again, make it the 2 feet off, if you would, so that if the board, I mean, personally, I would consider that as part of your grant, should you get a grant. So instead of going back and forth again, just do it this time, set it back 2 feet,
Agree.
and then
We would agree,
hopefully
we would agree to
We
that.
all should live happily ever after.
So we'll just put the current dimensions on the record one more time. I think we may have left the plans up at the dais, okay.
And you could write on it to be cut back 2 feet, with a
Fine.
dimension, because we're not, this way it's on there, solid.
I
Thank
know
you
what to
very
do.
much.
I'll bring it to the staff's attention. Maybe we'll show it to the building department and make sure everybody's okay
No,
with it.
It should be suffice.
Mr. Brown goes, I know what to do. Is that your case?
Yeah, we just wanted to put that final dimension on the record, and that'll be our case.
So I'm putting here the existing dimension.
Of
and
the
then
shed and the
proposed-
pergola?
And then the proposed new dimension for the pergola.
Correct.
Got it.
Is that sufficient for the moment?
So far, yes. For the
Then
moment.
that is our case, subject to the resubmission we discussed.
Don't you miss being here, Mr. Brown?
Well, I'll be here for the rest of the afternoon, so
Darn it anyway.
get my fill. That concludes our case, yes. Thank you very much.
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, you and everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aye. Uh-oh. Stand on my job.
We're going to take a 5-minute break to allow the court reporter to make sure that she she has all the equipment in place, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Well, we're not actually going to leave, we're just going to take a break.
I'm actually going to use the restroom.
We can do that. Now we get into the good stuff.
Everybody signed in.
Which one do we have all the opposition on? More than one? These are all applicants? What the fuck? Nicely done. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Next, we'll be calling case 72623, West Hempstead. Liberty Utilities, New York Water Corporation. Special exception for proposed construction of well and treatment building and emergency generator with enclosure in conjunction with public utility, also known as 840 Cleveland Street.
I don't think this young man has signed in.
What?
What's your name? Mr. Benesso, has your associate signed in?
No, I believe he came in afterwards.
No,
I'll assume he's in favor. I'll assume you're in favor. Welcome. Powers of observation are incredible, huh?
Has everybody signed in? If not, make it known, please.
Hempstead is hot, huh? There's some food.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelly Deegan Tarana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, Liberty Utilities. Seated to my right is Phil Sachs. He is an engineer with D&B Engineers and Architects, the firm that does the engineering for Liberty Utilities. And we're here this afternoon seeking the board's approval for some modifications to be made to a Liberty Utilities site situated in West Hempstead at 840 Cleveland Street. Like many of the previous water facility applications the board has heard me present with the assistance of Mr. Sachs, this site is an operating facility maintained by Liberty Utilities. It presently is developed with a number of buildings, vaults, containers, housing wells, chemical storage, chemical treatment, and some other things. The proposal before the board today is to demolish several of the vaults, the container, the building, and to build one building to house a new well, as the currently existing well is non-compliant with New York regulations, as it is below grade. It must now be above grade, so that needs to be modified. The building will also house new chemical treatment equipment, and it'll also house it'll store the chemicals that are used in treating the water. In addition to that, the applicant is seeking to add a diesel-powered emergency generator in an enclosure on another portion of the property. As the board knows, Section 310 of the Town of Hempstead Board zoning ordinance requires board review for utility buildings and utility sites. However, it does not require that those sites comply with setback, height, bulk requirements, but merely that the board review and approve the project and the layout of the facility. So what's before the board today is basically a revamping of that site in order to upgrade the equipment there, put in a new well, build a new building that will house all of the activities and materials in one building. Not a large building, it's a one-story building under 20 feet tall. And then the diesel-powered generator is enclosed in a metal casing that you can walk into, but it's not a very large area, a large room or area. But that's substantially the application before the board. If the board has any questions about the specifics of the equipment, Mr. Sachs is available to comment on that with regard to the site development as well, but that's our direct presentation.
Are you going to remove any of those beautiful trees on the periphery of the property?
Remove the trees?
Are you going to cut them down?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think we're doing any work to affect the periphery landscaping. This is really just a capital improvement project. You know, as Mr. Benesso mentioned, the well's been there a long time. This was built out when the community was built out and has very little investment in it since. As a result, it's got some deficiencies, and this is the opportunity to come in and consolidate the equipment that's out there, put up a nice masonry building, and provide a sanitary condition for delivering water to the communities moving forward.
Any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next case is 72723 West Hempstead, Somerset Brewing Company LLC, special exception to use premises for place of public assembly and amusement, proposed tasting room and brewery, also known as 94 Cherry Valley Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Gregory Kalmitsky for Chelly.
Sworn. They've been operating.
Gregory Kalmitsky for Chelly Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Joined today by two principals of the applicant of Somerset Brewing Company LLC. Gentlemen, can you please give your appearances?
Hey guys, good afternoon. Manuel Fajardo, 94 Cherry Valley Avenue, West Hempstead, New York.
Good afternoon, Brendan Trilhaza, Somerset Brewing Company, 94C Cherry Valley Avenue, West Hempstead, New York.
The matter is before the board today because we are seeking a special use permit to operate a place of public assembly. The board has the benefit of the history of the property since the brewery has been fully operational for approximately 18 months pursuant to temporary public assembly permits. To the owner's knowledge and our knowledge, there's no complaints against the business, no violations issued by the town or anything like that. To the contrary, the operation of the brewery has been very well received. If you look at the location of the premises, there's more than ample parking to accommodate the needs of the brewery. It's in an industrial-looking area, which would present a good use for a brewery in so much as it's a less intensive use than what appears to be an industrial use. If you turn to the plans for the brewery, the entire space is approximately 2,100 square feet. But the tasting room is about a quarter of that. It's approximately 400 square feet for the portion of the premises that the public will access, and its maximum occupancy is approximately 40. The brewery's hours of operation are somewhat limited. They're only open a couple of days a week, from Thursday through Sunday. The hours of operation on Thursday and Friday are 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Now offer them as a condition?
Those hours of operation?
Yes.
I just conferred with my clients, and they would be comfortable with including that as a condition.
Okay, would you? Yeah, right, I was going to ask the same thing. I defer to the chairman.
The hours are Thursday and Friday from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. And those are the hours of the tasting room.
What, special exception for use premise for public assembly and amusement, proposed tasting room. What else is there beside the tasting room? Now that you mentioned
About
that.
three-quarters of the space is devoted for the manufacture of the beer.
Okay.
That's not amusing.
What's that?
That's
not
not
amusing?
amusing. I think Mr. Pellegrini wants to know, what kind of amusement are you going to have?
As far as amusement goes, they do play music at a low volume, enough so that people in the tasting room can speak with each other.
Okay.
But other than that, do you have any plans for amusement at that facility?
No DJ, no,
No, it's 400 square feet.
pardon?
It's small, it's only 400 square feet, so.
So the brewery itself, where you make the beer, is going to be, whatever, unlimited hours, if you will. You're not restricting those hours.
So we only brew beer really once a week, so it's usually either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, so Tuesday and Wednesday it's open, and then other than this,
It wouldn't be open to the public
Okay,
on those days. It's
that's-
open to manufacture the beer.
Okay.
And at any given time, there's no more than 5 employees present, typically less than that.
Okay, so that Thursday, so the limited hours that you just recommended or suggested as, offered as a condition are going to be, that's the only time that the public is allowed in the building?
Right, that's the
Understood.
time that the tasting room is open currently.
Okay, thank you.
You're not, you're not here for parking variance, but what kind of parking do you have there?
There's ample parking on the property to accommodate all of the tasting room's needs. The parking's never been an issue for my clients in their 18 months of operation. And typically, the most amount of people that are there at one time is 40. I mean, that's the occupancy of the place.
That's including the employees?
There would be, at most, 5 additional employees on top of that.
And that was reviewed by the buildings department, a number of 40 occupants plus 5 employees?
The occupancy is right on the temporary permits, and at all times, you know, they've abided by
Okay.
the maximum occupancy of the.
And what is that number?
I've seen it before, it's 49.
49, okay. Thank you.
Is that your case?
Can confirm, it's 49. I would also add that my clients are holders of a New York State farm brewery license, and the reason I think that's relevant is because the brewery is not only a driver of the local economy in the sense of being a brewery, they buy all of the components to the beer from New York State farmers, so it forms a nice synergy with the state's agriculture. I reviewed the zoning board file, and I did see that there were some comments submitted anonymously on the internet that consist of no more than generalized grievance that the board should not accord probative value to. But aside from that, I think the comments are actually helpful to us, because if you look at them, they all speak in the future tense. Oh, we don't want a place of public assembly because we're concerned about possible traffic, noise, etc. I would submit to the board that whoever wrote that doesn't realize that there's a fully operating brewery that's been there for the last year and a half. And as I stated previously, we've received no complaints.
Is there retail out of that area at all?
What do you mean by retail?
Can I walk in there and buy a 6-pack of beer or a keg, whatever?
You can, right?
Yeah, so we can beer, and there's also growlers too, if you know what those are. It's like a plastic.
And that is available on the Thursday to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only?
Yes.
Okay, is there tractor trailers that deliver and pick up the
We
product?
usually get a grain delivery once a month, so it comes from Hudson Valley. That's where we get our grain from.
And any distribution outside to retail stores?
So we've been lucky. We sell all the beer straight in the tap room, so we can't even make enough to actually provide it to can it. So
Good for you.
Unless
you.
the board has any additional questions, that is our case.
Any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you, and good luck.
thank you. Appreciate it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next case is 72823 to 72923 Inwood Fire District. Special exception to use premises for philanthropic use to construct addition to existing firehouse, a portion of which is located in residential B district. Variance and on-off street parking. Application for declaration of immunity by the Inwood Fire District in lieu of a special exception to use premises for philanthropic use to construct addition to existing firehouse, a portion of which is located in residential B district. Variance and off-street parking, also known as 188 Dowdy Boulevard. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon again, Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City.
Good afternoon, Dennis Variello, Manager, Inwood Fire District, representing the Board of Trustees.
William McGeever, Representative Frank Ralph Architect, 35 Pine Lawn Road, Melville, New York.
All right, good afternoon again. This is an application to construct an addition to the existing firehouse in Inwood, located on Dowdy Boulevard. Essentially, the fire district is looking to build a new bay, or an addition that will result in having 2 additional bays inside the addition. The addition is 2,337 square feet. It's called out on your plan in that shaded area. And the purpose of this addition is to allow the fire district to house new, modern, and larger piece of apparatus that the fire district is going to purchase. There's been a referendum held in the district to bond money, to authorize the bonding of money to purchase this new piece of apparatus as well as to do this construction. That referendum was successful, and so what we are here today, hopefully, to gain an approval and or declaration of immunity for this project so that the project can move forward. As these gentlemen can explain to you if you would like, the need for the apparatus really is driven by the fact that there will be, and there already is, a substantial amount of new construction going on in the Inwood community. As you probably know, the town board in the last 2 or 3 years, I guess it is, passed a substantial rezoning that allows for quite a bit of dense multifamily apartment style housing that is within the confines of this district. And as those buildings go up, there's going to be a need to have different kinds of fire apparatus to protect those buildings. And this truck, this ladder truck, I guess it is, correct? Will be able to properly protect those buildings, but it cannot fit in the existing firehouse. So we need a new bay to house it. So back in 2009, under case 1335, May 14th, 2009, there was another application related to this very same firehouse in which the board granted a declaration of immunity. I would submit to you that this is the classic case that warrants such a declaration. This is the headquarters of the Inwood Fire District. The purpose of this addition is totally municipal for additional proper fire protection. I can quote to you the factors the board must consider in determining whether an applicant is entitled to a declaration of immunity. This is quoting a Court of Appeals case called County of Monroe. And the factors include the nature and scope of the instrumentality seeking immunity, the kind of function or land use involved, the extent of the public interest to be served thereby, the effect local land use regulation would have upon the enterprise concerned, and the impact upon legitimate local interests. So essentially, as I said, this is the fire district's headquarters. This addition is being proposed to house a fire truck that is adequate for the fire protection of the community. So that, to me, would fall squarely within the types of uses that are entitled to immunity from zoning. You can see we have an application for the declaration of immunity that is set forth on the notice. So we'd ask the board to grant that declaration, or in the alternative, to grant the relief that is requested in the notice. It's a split zone site. Most of the site lies within the business district, but a portion of it lies within the Residence B. It so happens that this addition lies within the Residence B portion of the site, and therefore, in the building department's determination, if in fact this site is not immune, then we're required to get a special exception to expand this, what they call a philanthropic use or community facility. So if you don't grant the declaration of immunity, we would ask you to grant a special exception to allow the construction of the addition in the Residence B section, and then we would need a companion parking variance. We are reducing the parking on the site by 7 spaces. So there are now 51 spaces on the site. There would be 44 after this addition is built. And the required for the building, as the building department calculates it, is 78, I believe. Yes, 78. So there's no changes in the operation of the fire district other than having this additional 2 bays for the truck. The same personnel will be coming to the firehouse. We can provide testimony that they do not use 44 parking spaces on any routine occasion. They have a meeting about once a month where about 30 people attend. They don't rent out the firehouse. It's rarely used for anything other than
Fire.
guys being there to fight fires. So,
Women too.
and fire women as well, firefighters. I
Mr.
should
Brown,
say.
what
Yeah.
was the scope of the prior declaration of immunity? Why does this not fall within it?
Well, it's not that it doesn't, it's that this application, I believe, got way down the line in the conveyor belt before the building department flagged it and said, well, you're supposed to ask the zoning board for the declaration of immunity.
But did,
That in the prior case.
In a different case in 2009,
Same premises.
same premises.
Why is that not res judicata for this case?
yeah, why, if you got,
It was I honestly don't know what they were asking for. It was similar type of relief, and the board determined that that particular application,
oh, so you're saying that, you're thinking that each declaration of immunity is immunity from the attributes of that request, not a global?
I'm not saying I think that, but apparently that's the interpretation of the building department.
What year was the immunity declaration?
2009.
Yeah, because I would think if you're granted immunity from the ordinances, it means,
Well, I think in theory, I suppose you could say that if we were building an addition to have a hall to rent out for parties, you could make the argument, well, that's not really a municipal purpose, and so that particular application is not immune. So they're taking it on a case-by-case basis as
but aren't
to
you
what
putting
you're
fire
asking
trucks in
for.
here? What are you putting in the base?
A fire truck. I wasn't involved in the beginning, but I believe that as the application went along, it was going along as of right. It was only at the end that it was flagged and denied, and, the fire district asked for reconsideration, and it wasn't granted, so we're here. But I agree with you. I mean, I think this is the paradigmatic, if you will, example of a case that warrants a declaration of immunity.
If we were to grant, Mr. Brown, if we were to grant a declaration of immunity today,
Yes.
would you think that was specific to the requests today? Or do you think that covers all requests that have a nexus to the civic
My
activities?
legal opinion would be that it would cover anything that has a municipal purpose. Yes. So, as I said, there is a bit of urgency here. The project needs to get done. There was a bond referendum approved for the construction and the purchase of the new apparatus, so hopefully you'll grant it quickly.
We understand.
Thank you.
No.
All right, is that your case, Mr. Brown?
That's it.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Everyone
Thank
who
you very
signed in
much.
will get a copy. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next case is 73023 near Limbrook, Erlin B. Andoy Barizona, and Evelyn Blaze Andoy. Variances, subdivision of lot area occupied, front yard setback on Cedar Street and Glenwood Avenue, construct dwelling, parcel 1, demolish existing structures, also known as 8 Cedar Street.
Yes.
Dominic Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
The application before you today is for variances to permit the construction of 2 new single-family dwellings on the subject premises. Subject premises is located at 8 Cedar Street in Lynbrook and is known as Section 42, Block 279, and tax lots 156 and 157 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. Property is located in a Residence B zone. Subject parcel is located at the northeast corner of Cedar Street and Glenwood Avenue. The subject parcel contains 9,871 square feet, and the proposal is to subdivide the parcel into a 5,018 square foot parcel on the corner lot and a 4,853 square foot parcel on the interior lot on Glenwood Avenue. The premises is currently improved with a single-family dwelling, a two-car frame garage, an additional garage, and shed. The garages are larger than the existing dwelling, and the assessor and town records indicate that the dwelling was constructed in 1926. The second garage was constructed in 1949 pursuant to a variance, and those records indicate that's a garage and recreation room. And the original garage is listed as a garage and studio, but my client's recollection is that it was historically used prior to her ownership as a lawn and garden center where they fixed lawnmowers and sold seed and soil. The variances requested are for lot area and lot area occupied for each parcel and front yard setback for the corner lot. The lot area occupied proposed is 28.6% for the corner lot and 29.5% for the interior lot versus the 27.5% requirement. As you'll hear momentarily from Mr. Nelson, without the front porches, the houses themselves do conform to the lot area. The applicant's mother, who resides at 4A Cedar Street, which is 3 parcels away from the subject premises, previously owned the house since 2009. In 2021, she deeded the property to her 2 daughters, who are the 2 applicants, and are 27 years of age and 34 years of age. The daughter, Erlyn Andoy, currently resides in the premises, and the family proposes to construct 2 colonial-style dwellings on the property to be owned and occupied by each daughter and their families. I just want to submit a petition as applicant's Exhibit A, signed by several of the neighbors in favor of the application. And I also have applicant's Exhibit B, which is a markup of the composite subdivision survey that shows where we could put driveways for off-street parking, as the current composite site plan before you does not show any driveways. So I want to submit that as an applicant's exhibit as well. As you'll hear momentarily from Mr. Nelson, the proposal is in keeping with the character of the area and will not be detrimental to surrounding property owners. And at this time, I would ask Mr. Nelson to testify, and I would also ask the board if they will accept Mr. Nelson as an expert witness, having previously qualified him as such.
It's the last time you testified before this board. Have there been any negative changes in your credentials?
No.
Okay, you're qualified to testify as to an expert in the area of valuation and real estate valuation. Hold on.
A technical difficulty. We did not call the second part of this case, so.
Oh,
My apologies, just for the record, 730-23 near Limbrook, and 731-23 near Limbrook, Erling B. Andoy, Barazona, and Evelyn Blaze and Andoy. Variances, subdivision of lot area occupied, construct dwelling parcel 2. East side of Glenwood Avenue, 62.72 feet south of Cedar Street.
thank you. I got some exhibits I'd like to hand in. I will. Thank you. I have,
We have
Okay, I guess
opposition.
we're accepting them before they're described.
There's somebody here in opposition,
what's that?
so you should show it to them.
Yes, agreed.
Who's here in opposition on this case? Okay. Could you, how many copies do you have of your exhibits?
2 and 3 of each.
Okay, could you make a few available back there to the objectants?
Did you hand them all here?
Yes,
Okay, hold on, let's peel off one of each.
sorry.
That's okay,
It's okay.
hold on.
The exhibit in your right hand is an aerial view that includes the subject property and the surrounding uses, which I'll describe shortly. The one in your left hand is the Nassau County Department of Assessment tax map. What's that?
Photos?
There's 3 copies of my photographs.
They're yours, okay. And they fairly and accurately depict what they're intended to depict?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And some are from Google Earth, I see.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, hold on.
did we give them a copy?
Pass back
You
to
gave
those.
them a
We're
set?
gonna-
Yeah. Google Earth.
There's an, additionally, those of you on this case, there are 2 sets of photos, they're the same. We're just distributing 2 so more people can look at them. He will reference these photos as he goes through his testimony, so try to share them however best you can. Okay, so. All right, I think we're about ready to go.
If there are no
Okay, I
objections.
Think we're good?
Pardon?
I'll come back tomorrow.
Pardon? You'll be very lonely if you do that, Mr. Nelson.
And sad.
True.
You could videotape
All
it.
right.
Videotape it and submit it.
Okay. Ready?
Anytime. I'm ready to go. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Tell us what you want to
I'm
tell
going
us.
to inspect that.
So briefly, what I handed in was some aerial views of the subject property and the area character, Nassau County Department of Assessment tax map, photographs. I think there's 19 photographs that represent the subject property and the subject area. The photographs were taken by myself, and in my opinion, they fairly and accurately represent the area and the subject property. If anybody was to visit the location today, they would find what I submitted in the photographs. What's before the board are area variances. The lot area occupied as was described, and the front yard setback for the corner dwelling. The area is generally residential B zoning. Just to the north would become the incorporated village of Lynbrook. The subject property is in the unincorporated area of Lynbrook, town of Hempstead. The application will include, if approved, the demolition of all improvements on the subject property, the cottage ranch-type dwelling that fronts to Cedar Street, the 1 and 2, and the 2 one-story structures off of Glenwood Avenue. Colonials are typical homes in the area. As far as the makeup of parcel sizes in the area, within the subject block, the next 2 parcels to the northeast of the subject property on Cedar Street are each 40 by approximately 120-foot depths. The parcels to the south on Glenwood Avenue, in the radius, you have 4 improved parcels, generally 50 foot by approximately 86, 87-foot depths, all approximately 4,350 square feet. On the westerly side of Glenwood Avenue, there are additional 4 parcels, each with less than the 5,000, less than approximately 4,500 to 4,700 square feet in lot area. They're all improved. You have the recreational ball fields of the public school directly opposite the subject property. In the area, there are additional non-conforming or substandard size parcels, all improved. Generally, the character of the neighborhood would be approximately 50% of the parcels improved in the area are less than 6,000 square feet, and many of them are less than the 55-foot width required. As I just mentioned, the 4 houses to the south, the first one abutting to the subject property to the south on Glenwood Avenue, as well, and then the 2 houses to the east of the subject property, northeast, are each 40-foot frontages, less than 5,000 square feet. Across the street, the northeast corner of Cedar Street, and now is known as Starks Place, the corner house is 50 by approximately 100. The interior is 50 by 100 as well. What is being proposed in today's application is for 2 houses to front to Glenwood Avenue, and the northerly or the corner parcel, approximately 5,018 square feet, and the interior parcel, approximately 4,853 square feet. The rear yard setbacks are 25 feet as required in the residential B zone. 25 feet is required, 25 feet is in compliance. The interior lot will meet the requirements for the side yard, front yard, and rear yard setbacks per the code. The corner house requires the front yard setbacks on Cedar Street and Glenwood, in that the corner is required to have 25 feet. What is being proposed is 20 feet to the main dwelling on Cedar Street, 17.6 feet to that bump out area. On Glenwood Avenue, 15 to the main dwelling, 10 feet to the open porch. Lot area occupied on each one, 28.6% on the northerly side, 29.3% on the interior parcel. The main dwelling complies with the required lot area occupied. It's strictly the front open porch. It is a raised porch on each one that brings it over to 27.5% requirements. The area was developed predominantly in the 1920s, 1930s, 1950s. At that time, the code allowed for a 30% lot coverage. Many of the parcels on Glenwood Avenue, while they didn't require lot area at that time when they were built with the 30%, they would, if they came back today with any additional bump outs or additions, would require variance for lot area occupied. Based on the pattern of development, area character, it's my opinion that the proposed dwellings, proposed lot sizes, and each one complies with rear yard setback, complies with front width of the parcels, is not going to alter or change the essential character of this neighborhood. In fact, the existing house has approximately a 22.1-foot front yard setback on Cedar Street, and the oversized one of these accessory structures on Glenwood Avenue has a 8.7-foot setback on Glenwood Avenue. The removal of those 3 structures to, if granted, to construct 2 new one-family colonials, and then in this instance, it would be for the family. It's not going to alter or change the central character neighborhood. It's not going to depreciate property values. New homes in the area, if this was to be sold, would be anywhere from $800,000 to $850,000, and now it would be in keeping with the higher end of property values in this area, so it wouldn't diminish property values. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, how many of the other substandard lots in the area are new construction or are the subject of variances having been given recently within the 300-foot radius?
In this immediate area, on the 200-foot radius,
Okay.
they all were constructed and approximately 50 to 60 years of age.
So pattern of development, tell me what you mean by pattern of development, because if there's no new development in the neighborhood, how can you say that?
Well, we're talking 2 things here. Pattern of development would be parcel sizes, parcel widths. As far as, and that's what the code refers to as far as the variances today. The design, age, or style of home is not pursuant in the code. A colonial home, a ranch home, a high ranch home could all be built as of right if the parcel sizes were conforming. As far as the pattern of development, I identified the 4 parcels to the south of the subject property. Each, if they were to be developed today, would require additional variances beyond what the scope of these 2 are being requested today, in that they would need front width and lot area, and if they were to be built with similar homes, lot area occupied. The same thing with the properties on the southwesterly side of Glenwood Avenue. You have, in the 200-foot radius, 4 homes, all that would require front width and lot area. The same thing with the 2 houses to the northeast of the subject property on Cedar Street, each having 40-foot frontages and approximately 120-foot depths. They would require lot area and front width. The same thing with the northeast corner of Cedar Street, and at that point it's known as Stark's Place. Each would require front width, would require lot area, and the corner house would require front yard setbacks as they would require per the Residence B zone, 25-foot setbacks on Stark's Place and Cedar Street.
And just to add to Mr. Nelson's testimony, on Glenwood Avenue, if these applications were approved, now on the north side, you'd have 6 parcels in a row, 4 existing, and these 2 parcels, they'll all be, generally all be about the same size. So you have 6 homes in a row, all on the same size lots. And out of the 27, by my calculations, out of the 27 parcels on the radius map, 13 of them are non-conforming, and 10 of them, which is over a third, are less than the 5,000 square feet. And again, we're proposing about 4,850 and a little over 5,000 square feet for our lots. Yes.
Come up to the podium, please.
You'll get sworn in, and then you'll need to give your name and address before you speak. Make sure that you actually have signed in so you get a copy of the decision once it's rendered. Delta Dawn.
Good afternoon. We are John and Victoria Edmondson. We purchased our forever home at John Edmondson, Victoria Edmondson, 6 Cedar Street, Limerick, New York, 11563. John Edmondson, 6 Cedar Street, Lynbrook, New York, 11563.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Edmondson. I also reside at 6 Cedar Street, Lynbrook, New York, 11563.
Good afternoon. We are. We purchased our forever home at 6 Cedar Street in 2017 and have since had 2 children. We take issue with the proposed variance case numbers 730 and 731 for the subdivision proposal at 8 Cedar Street.
Slow down.
Okay. According to the New York State Zoning Board of Appeals paperwork found on the newyork.gov website, one of the considerations for a variance is if it is substantial. This variance request is very substantial. 8 Cedar Street is currently a small, single-family home. The additional structures on the property are, as stated previously, garages. There is no one residing in those facilities. The current owners are requesting to demolish the existing structures in order to build 2 separate homes for the daughters. Turning a small, single-family home into 2 large homes would result in significantly higher occupancy, resulting in more cars, more noise, and less privacy for the nearby properties.
Hold on, I just want to clarify. Did you say that on the property, there's no residence, there's only garages?
No, they
Okay,
live
on
in
the
one-
one, there's a garage.
They
Okay.
live, yes, one building is a home.
Okay, that's what I thought, but then I thought you said they were all garages, so I thought I missed
No,
something. Just
no.
keep going.
The New York State Board of Appeals also discusses whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical conditions in the neighborhood, and whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of a variance. This proposed change will alter the character of the neighborhood for the worse and be detriment to nearby properties.
In what way? We need you to tell us.
8 Cedar Street, along with our home at 6 Cedar Street, and every other home on the south side of Cedar Street face north. Our backyard is parallel with the lot at 8 Cedar Street. This orientation allows for excellent privacy for both 6 Cedar and 8 Cedar Street. If this variance is approved, 8 Cedar Street will become 2 plots, both with their backyards facing east. The back of these proposed homes would overlook 6 Cedar Street, removing all privacy not only to our backyard, but inside the back and west side of our homes as well. We will no longer be able to have a private dinner at our dining room table. Instead, there will be 10 windows and 2 sliding glass doors facing us like a spotlight. This would become a severe detriment to our home. Privacy is one of the top contributors to a home's value. The loss of so much privacy will directly affect our home value in a negative way.
But, sir, if they built one house there, as of right,
On Cedar Street,
Yes.
no, they can,
yeah, if they built one house there, they could set
Yeah.
it all the way back and look in your backyard.
that's not the issue. The issue is the front of the home would not be on Cedar Street anymore. Instead, there's 2 homes.
But I thought the issue was the placement of the structure would lend itself to people in the structure looking into your backyard.
Yes,
Does
2
that
structures.
happen even if they, let's say they didn't subdivide and they built one house and they set it back on the property? Yours is set forward, right, on Cedar? If they set it back, they could still sit in their room, their living room or whatever and look into your backyard. I'm just saying, I'm trying to,
Yep.
Correct, however, right now it would be 2, and where the driveways are situated, when the cars will be starting and shining into our home every time they start a car, move a car, it'll be shining into our backyard. There's no privacy, we lose all privacy, and it decreases the value of our home.
okay, keep going.
There have been statements about neighbors supporting this and about the property value increasing. I believe that is a severely misleading claim because the state of the property currently is less than desirable, and it has not been maintained. They also live 2 houses away, and that house is maintained very well. There are no issues with the ability to maintain the house, they just don't do it. If they maintained the current home or built one home, the property values would increase as well. There's no reason to build 2 homes on this plot.
Yeah, Mr. Minerva,
Yes.
you know when we do these subdivisions, if we're inclined to grant them, generally speaking, we'd like to, most applicants agree to the homes being owner occupied so that we don't end up with rental properties that may or may not be, maintained.
Yeah.
Is that something,
The applicant will absolutely agree to that, and as I had stated, they're going to be occupied by their two daughters, so we'll accept that condition.
There's also been, over the past few years, multiple complaints by multiple neighbors due to the conditions or the lack of care of the current structures on the property. We have animals coming, we currently have windows on their structure in the far back corner of their property that have been broken and fall onto our children's playground, where we pick the glass out of my children's playground, and we've confronted them and come to them about it and said, please, this is happening, it's dangerous. And they've ignored it, and the town has actually come and asked them to board up windows on the property. This has been for years, and now we're at risk of them subdividing it and doubling this, and having double the people, double the cars, double the noise. We're fearful.
And I have pictures of that broken window that's been like that for years. I have additional pictures. I know they've provided pictures, but these show
would
it.
you like to submit those as evidence?
Yes,
Okay, so show them to Mr. Minerva. Did you take the photographs?
yes,
Okay, and do they fairly accurately represent what they purport to represent?
yes.
Yes. They were taken this week.
You got it, John?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going, whatever else you want.
That's it. For these facts given, we cannot support the proposed subdivision, and we respectfully ask you to deny the request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Next.
Good afternoon.
Were you sworn in?
Sure you want me to use the microphone? Because
Yes.
it's very
but-
loud.
But
Okay.
you have to be sworn in.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go on.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie O'Shaughnessy. I live at 14 Glenwood Avenue, which is only 3 houses away from the proposed development. I lived since 1984 across the street from the proposed development, 43 Starks Place, so I am a longtime resident of this community. I have lived within 600 feet of myself. When I sold my house in November of 2020, I bought a house 600 feet away, or they're saying approximately 200 feet away from this development. So with that being said, I come here, first of all, I want to object to any names being submitted by NDI. Unless they are notarized, I don't believe that they should be used in evidence. I have spoken to a lot of my neighbors, and I would argue that most people are against this development and are only for one house being built. So if that is being kept in evidence, I argue that it is not legally allowed due to the fact that those individuals did not sign affidavits in agreement. Is that fair?
You want me
give
to
it-
Is that going to be kept
We'll
in
take it
evidence?
into consideration. We give it the weight to which we deem it will be
All right,
appropriate.
because it's not notarized,
Okay.
and speaking to the neighbors around the community, no one is in favor except for one house. I only know of one man who would agree. So that being said, I will go forward since you are taking that into consideration. This property here, this corner piece of property, if you look at the house that NDI now lives in, which I believe is 4B Cedar, and the corresponding next door neighbor on 15 Norwich, which is 2 properties, that property is bigger in size by about 2,000 square feet. These houses are very small, very crammed in. The street is set back about 6 to 8 feet, I would say 6 feet, from Glenwood proper, the whole street. This property is set back. There's no parking allowed on that street in that area. So you already have a setback on that area of the street, on Glenwood. Glenwood is a very tight, narrow street to drive down, and it only opens for adequate passing by at that corner. So I do not believe that that area is appropriate for two houses. I do not see how it could physically fit in. You're talking about having a properties with no backyard, no side yards, and the setback, you're saying the legal setback is 25 feet, and they want to decrease it to 20. I would argue that's incorrect. There's already the setback on Glenwood in that street. So that being said, I'm not in agreement. This is a residential area. You might say that Glenwood Avenue has things that are grandfathered in. Lot size. I personally bought my lot. It is 50 by 100. So when they say that it's approximately 50 by 86, that is a misrepresentation. My lot is pretty much representative of the whole street. My house has been redeveloped, the second floor added on, and it has been extended. So to say that there is not redevelopments within our area is false. Down the road, there was a big, on the corner of Union and Glenwood, a large farmhouse was sold, and they subdivided that land into two pieces. None of which, if you look at that, I don't have the exact square footage, but those houses are large, proper setbacks. So to make this into a Queens-like area takes away from the value of our property. To say that two houses would add to the tax base, I disagree. I disagree that the local houses are sold for $800,000 to $850,000. As someone who likes to file my own grievances for taxes, I look to see how much the houses are selling. A house around the block on Union sold for $750,000. A house 3 houses down on Starks sold for $550,000. This is not going to increase the tax base. Just because you're putting 2 houses on is not going to help my neighborhood. The only thing that it could help with is increasing the school taxes, because in 4B, they had 10 kids coming out of the house one morning. They seem to have kids coming from everywhere in our school district. You give them 2 more houses to put into with their families coming from all over to use our school? I don't agree. I also say to you that their plan is to sell one of the houses to pay for the building of the houses. That is the plan. Take it or leave it. That's what I was led to believe, that one of these houses was going to be sold to afford the house. And with that being said, I disapprove wholly with this. My neighborhood has been my neighborhood since 1984. Like I said, I'm only a tennis court and the 3rd house from the house that I grew up the majority of my life. I raised my daughter there. I'll raise grandchildren hopefully one day. I don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so sorry. I do. Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. My name is Dawn Mazzy. I live at 15 Glenwood Avenue, Limbrook, New York, 11563. This is my father, George.
George Hyan, 15 Glenwood Avenue, and
All right. My cubby, are we ready for me? Sorry. Okay. So I'm 50 years old. I've lived in the house for 42 years. My great-grandfather built the house. Most of our neighbors are long-term. I mean, Carrie and I have known each other, we're talking years and years. All my neighbors around us have been in there for 30 years. So hence, yes, the variances, we obviously are grandfathered in. Our houses were built in the 20s. My great-grandfather built my house, built a few houses on the block. Most of them were very, very small houses. A lot of us on the block put a 2nd story on. We obviously did it all the legal ways. I have lived, we were very, very friendly with the family that owned the property next to us. His name was Charlie Roche and Georgie. They did not have any children. They used that property as, he did like a machine shop. He repaired lawnmowers, snow blowers. They used landscaping materials. So that's why there's 3 garages and one very, very, very small cottage, almost unlivable on that. One room, but yet somehow there's 4 or 5 children living in that one-room cottage, along with the house around the corner, which they own, that have at least 10 children that are all in the Lynbrook school districts. And I just found out that many of them are living in Island Park and not in Lynbrook.
Hold on,
And
hold
they're-
on, hold on.
Okay.
Where is the reference to the lot, many garages and?
That's,
We're right next to it.
I am right next to it, so
We're the first house on Glen.
can I?
Last house.
I'm going to
No,
object
can
to
I- can I
this
come up and show you a
testimony. It's
picture?
irrelevant to
Yeah.
the application before you.
Yeah, I just didn't pick up,
May I come up and show
wait,
you?
wait, just hold on.
Okay.
So, in order to figure out about relevance, so the reference to several garages and a small cottage.
Is on, this is where they want to build,
Okay, the subject property.
the subject of.
So how many garages are there now?
So there's 2 garages, which are all dilapidated, all broken
Okay,
windows,
okay.
animals living in it. There's a shed and a very small, 1-bedroom cottage house.
Okay,
That
and-
has not been lived in 30 years, but when they took over the property, they moved some people in.
So you think people live in the structure?
No, there are people living in the structure.
Okay, okay, keep going.
Okay. So there is somebody living in the structure.
There is someone
right now.
living in the house, and it's part of the Andoy family.
It's part of their family, granted.
We stated that in our presentation.
Okay. So, okay, I apologize. So, I go off top. So, as I said, I've been there my whole life. I spent a lot of time there. 16 years ago, this month, the owner passed away. And the owner of the property now, was his caretaker. She took
I'm
care
going to
of-
object to this. I
she
don't
was his
understand the
nanny.
relevance to the relief that we're asking here
Okay,
about the
we're just going
relationships
on.
between
So in
people.
16 years, the property has not been maintained. I've called the town of Hempstead pretty much every summer. The weeds are up to here. The windows are broken. There's TVs, there's a boat in the lot. Just in the past 2 years, they have cleaned up. And the reason why they cleaned up is because of this. This is what they're going for. They're these great, neighbors that are going to do the right thing, and we're going to build these 2 big, beautiful houses for her 2 daughters. And I told her, build a house. Believe me, I don't want to look at the garbage next door. Build a house, build a beautiful house. The property is not big enough for 2 houses. When you look at this, when you're looking at from my street onto Glenwood, there's no sidewalk. There's no sidewalk. They don't have a sidewalk. They have a grass. And they don't even upkeep the grass. My neighbor on the other side of me mows it because they don't mow it. Okay, and that's a fact. So the street is indented. There's no parking. We're a very small, narrow street. If there's 2 cars coming down the street at the same time and a parked car, somebody's got to pull over. It's only 1 car can come down that street. Been trying to do a one-way for years. They have, at this property, they usually, on any given night, have 3 to 4 or 5 cars parked there. So now you build on the property, on the grass, on the dirt. There's no nice walkway, there's no cement, there's no driveway, no, there's no driveway. It's just a big, huge grass, weed. There is 2 curb cuts, one on our side, one on the other side.
Not Cedar, one on Glenwood. But Glenwood
But
has no gate, in other words.
There's no
access.
gate, there's no access to the curb cut. So now you have these 4 or 5 cars that are in this. So now you build these 2 houses. Where are these cars going? There's no overnight street parking. On Glenwood. Cedar, no Cedar. Nope,
No
so,
overnight parking.
no overnight parking. What?
For 1 or 2 hours during the day.
During the day is fine, no overnight. So where their cars are gonna be going, because I don't even wanna ask, but there's not there's many families involved in this. There's many families living like a cape right now with 10 children all going to Limbrook schools. So where is all the mass of these people going? You're gonna build 2 houses. Limbrook I always say is like Pleasantville. Like, people live there, they stay there. It's such a beautiful community. Exactly. It was great for Ray Romano. And to build 2 houses, now you're building a house across the street from a schoolyard. So now you're dealing with school traffic, you're dealing with after-school busing, so now you're congesting this corner. And it's a corner, it's a weird corner, because it's like kind of like a cut-through. It's very narrow.
Changed his name from Glenwood to Clark.
Yeah.
But it's a Y. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so, obviously, whatever, and now they were talking about the property sizes on our block being smaller. Okay, yes, they are smaller, but, to build, we have the house across the street from me is a small 2-bedroom house. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful. This actually, the 2 houses across the street from me are, so the houses are proportionate to what we have. If she wants to build these 2 big, go out east where there's a lot of land. You're not gonna, to build a house on a lot that doesn't have the square footage. And I'm not opposing a house. Believe me, I even spoke to NDI, over the weekend. I said, I'm not opposing you building a house. I mean, I hate looking at next door and looking at the garbage and the trash and the broken windows. And sometimes I see squirrels waving out at me from the garage windows and raccoons, So when these structures are also gonna be knocked down, us neighbors that are surrounding are gonna be in a lot of trouble because we're gonna be infested.
And the roof on the big building in the back is it's just failing all the chimneys.
So, yeah, there's no roof on one of the buildings. So if this is how you're gonna treat a property that you've owned, or at least owned, been around for at least 16 years, and I'm thinking it's more than 20, because when she was hired to take care of his wife. His wife had a stroke.
This is irrelevant again. We're getting
Irrelevant,
way
I
off
understand.
topic.
So, but we're talking 20 years. Now, the people that own this property kept it immaculate. We loved it. They had raspberry bushes. All the kids would go and pick raspberries and blueberries. It was like the place to go, is our little secret garden. And as soon as the owners got sick, she came in and just completely gutted the whole entire property down to weeds, the dirt. And that was it. And didn't do anything since then.
I'm going to cut you off.
Cut me off, sorry.
Okay?
Because I can go on.
Because you're running a bit far afield of where we need to be.
So, as I
All
said,
right?
square
If you-
footage wise,
if you'd like
it's
to
just
sum
not-
up.
It's just not, the square footage is not sufficient for 2 houses, for 2 large dwellings, with parking, with, we really, you need a cutback. You need square footage from, if we want to live in Nassau County and feel like we live in Nassau County, that's what I pay my taxes for. I want to feel like I live in Nassau County. If I want to go to Queens and live on a street where here's my street and here's my front door, I'll go to Queens. But I don't want that. All right, so that is it. I thank you for your time, consideration. Thank you.
Who's next? No one else?
I think that's it.
Mr. Minerva?
Okay, I'm going to have Mr. Nelson just address the variance on Union Street.
The what?
Mr. Nelson is going to address the one variance that was raised, a similar variance that it's not on the radius map, but it's just outside the radius, and it was discussed by the opposition.
The exhibit I'm gonna hand in now, which I only have 1 copy, will include, it's in the subject block. It was section 42, block 279, originally lot 754. I'm attaching the grant cards from the Board of Appeals as well as the Nassau County Department of Assessment tax map highlighting the corner parcels, which would be in the subject block at the northeast corner of Union Avenue and Glenwood Avenue. Those were on a larger lot. The corner house is now on 5,300 square feet. The interior is 5,696 square feet. It would be, no, it's outside the,
Would be-
it was mentioned earlier.
No, I think it's in the
Outside the 200 foot, but in the subject block.
subject block.
It's in the block, and I'll give you the assessment card. I also, the addresses of
Ma'am.
those two houses
Ma'am,
would be
let them finish, please.
99 Glenwood Avenue, and the corner house is 265 Union Avenue. I'm gonna hand this in to you. And as far as lot area occupied, a recent variance for number 13 Glenwood Avenue required lot area occupied for additions, and it's 34.4%.
Okay. I'm also going to have Ms. Andoy testify that she personally obtained the signature of the people on the petition. So I just want her to put that on the record, because you have the petition that I submitted, but I want her to testify. Ms. Andoy, did you approach the neighbors? Yeah, I'm sorry. Name and
Has
address.
she been sworn?
My
Patrick.
my name is Evelyn B. Andoy. I live in 4A Cedar Street since 1998. So these are my daughters.
Swear on.
Okay, let's just stand for a second. She stated her name and address. Yep. Okay, Ms. Andoy, the signatures on the petition that was submitted to the board, did you personally obtain those signatures from your neighbors?
Yes.
Thank you. A few items I just want to touch on. In terms of the general objections and altering the character of the neighborhood, you have all of our testimony that is not the case. I would also note, just with the two lots, Edmondson and the one lot further north, those two lots together with those two separate homes are just under the lot size of our lot. So, as I also said on Glenwood Avenue, if you have 6 homes in a row now, they're all the same lot size, or smaller. And I gave you the numbers as to the character. In terms of the Edmondsons being concerned about headlights, on the rear property line now, there's part wood fence and mostly chain link. What we would offer is a solid white PVC new fence that we'd put up on the mutual property line. And on our side, we'll plant 6-foot-high evergreen plantings. That should give them plenty of screening about any concern about headlights. In terms of the homes not being crammed in, we testified, and the exhibits show, especially with the interior lot, other than the open porch, even though our lot's less than 6,000 square feet, we meet all the bulk and area requirements of that lot. All the bulk and area requirements, setbacks, lot coverage, we meet, even though our lots are less than 6,000 square feet, on the interior lot, we meet everything. The only thing we needed a variance for was the porch, because that was, porch, which was 2%, put us the 2% over the lot area occupied requirement. The two old garages are gigantic, they're bigger than the house.
What
They're-
about your garages on a proposed dwelling? What
Well,
happened to them?
You don't have
So
any.
they're building these houses for themselves. They're not building them to spec them out to sell to a third party. So this
Okay.
was their
You're
desire.
not gonna have cars?
Yes, they have cars. We proposed 2 parking pads, which I gave you on the exhibit, 2 cars on one and 3 cars on the other. We're not adverse to putting the garages in, internal garage if we need to. That's something we can do, but it was their preference in designing the homes
Okay.
for themselves to have the additional living square footage, but we can do that. We would accept the condition that we add a internal garage.
Interior
I believe
garage.
on both lots, we have like a dining room right in the front there, which we could take out and put in internal garage and driveway.
Thank you.
Mr. Minerva, how many, of each of the daughters, how many people are in each daughter's family?
So one's the daughter, the husband, and 3 kids, and the other one's the daughter, the boyfriend, and 2 kids. That's correct. And that concludes our response. And I would object to any re-replies.
Unfortunately, the lady had a chance. I got it. What do we normally do?
I object to any re-rebuttals.
Don't normally do that, ma'am. Now you're going to give us a re-rebuttal. Okay. Okay. We'll take a look at that, ma'am. All right? Anyone else who did not yet speak? All right. Any other questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you, and everyone get home safely, please.
Thank you.
Just so you know, in certain cases, some, if not all of the board members will go out and inspect the property themselves. All right, we don't look at this in a vacuum.
And we don't go into the premises, so it would just be on the
There's no
exterior.
premises to go in. The houses aren't constructed yet. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Our next case is 73223 West Hempstead, Bayes Torah, Utsufila. Install 6-foot-high fence along a roadway of an interior lot forward of the adjacent building line, 4-foot-high fence required, also known as 401 Hempstead Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Lederer. My address is 566 Madison Avenue, West Hempstead.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Joseph Aaron. My address is 3692 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11229.
And what is your relationship?
I'm a member of the
The
congregation.
congregation. Okay. Who's going to speak?
Yes, so we are here to request that we construct a 6-foot tall fence. The fence that we're looking to put is forward of the property line, but forward of the building, but it's actually to the left of the building, so it's not actually directly in front of the building. We're trying to build a fence that's going to make the property secure, not have any loiterers, and just overall security for the synagogue. And we also have a daycare on site, so the 4-foot fence is just something that people can easily hop over, and we're trying to make make it a little bit more secure. I would just mention that there's also down the street, right catty corner from us, there is already a 350-foot section of 6-foot tall fence that is closing in the, it's right in front of the, I don't know what the address is, but it's the Chestnut Street Elementary School, and there's a 6-foot fence already there. It's a chain link fence. The fence that we're proposing to put up is going to be aesthetically much nicer. It's going to be a wrought iron fence, and that's the request.
See-through?
I'm sorry?
See-through fence, wrought
See-through
iron?
fence, yes. A black steel fence.
That was the Pompeii. This was the former site of the Pompeii restaurant, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, that's by Arthur's house.
Yes. That's your case, I take it?
I'm
That
sorry?
is your case? That concludes your case?
Oh, yes, that's it.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Any questions?
Move the
from
hearing be
board?
closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll both be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next case is 73323 Merrick, 57 Merrick Avenue, LLC, Wave off-street parking, proposed restaurant, also known as 57 Merrick Avenue.
Mr. Miller and Mr. McKellar.
you.
Taken by morning.
For the applicant, Thomas McKevitt, Son Ward Braff Coblentz, 333 Earl Overton Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Funny.
James Wong, 2396 Eleanor Avenue, Merrick, New York, 11566.
Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York, 11743.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We are here to sell sushi. That's why we're here.
We're not buying today.
That's right.
Not buying today.
It's just a couple more details. This is a premises located at the 57 Merrick Avenue, known as Section 55, Block 127, Lot 17. It's located on the west side of Merrick Avenue, just north of Oakwood Avenue in Merrick. It's about 3 blocks north of the Merrick Long Island Railroad Station. It is located at Business X Zone in the town of Hempstead. My client purchased this property in June 2022. He's been currently operating the Sushi Co. restaurant on 2063 Merrick Road in Merrick. That's just a little bit slightly west of Hewlett Avenue. He's been there since 2011, and he's been renting that space for the last 12, 13 years. So he just wanted to go make an investment area and purchase this property and relocate his current restaurant from Merrick Road over to Merrick Avenue. This building was constructed in 1923. It is 1,250 square feet. It's a one-story masonry building. It's been a retail use as long as I can tell. At one point, it was a butcher shop, and then a clothing store, and it's most recently been a cigar store and lounge for approximately the last 15 years or so. I have given photographs to the board of the subject premises and the surrounding area. As you can see, they're all retail uses on Merrick Avenue. Includes a pizza restaurant, realtor, dance studio, beauty shop, florist. On the other side of the street, you have a deli, yoga studio, a pub, dentist, law and office. Very typical of your downtowns near the train stations. The restaurant will be open Tuesday from Thursday from noon to 3 and 4:30 to 9:30. Friday, noon to 3 and 4:30 to 10. Saturday from 1 to 10. Sunday from 2 to 10. And closed on Mondays.
Them as conditions?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So now you have to repeat it.
It's, we're there Tuesday to Thursday from noon to 3 and 4:30 to 9:30. Friday from noon to 3 and 4:30 to 10. And Saturday from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Sunday from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And currently closed Mondays. That's when people eat sushi. Not for breakfast. So.
I beg to differ because the day my sushi restaurant near me is closed is
Yeah.
Tuesdays because they get a lot of business on Mondays
Right.
because of all the other restaurants being closed.
This is, Mr. Wong's done a very good restaurant, and just looking to continue
Might
on.
get some business on Monday.
Okay.
So
We're here for parking.
the cigar store is currently closed.
Been closed for quite some time.
Yep.
Yes.
I happened to walk in front of it yesterday.
Yeah, it's been closed for quite a while. So, we need 23 parking spaces. We're providing 0, which is why Mr. Muller's here from R&N Engineering. So again, after you start your usual inquiry, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask you once again to be qualified as a parking and traffic engineering expert before this board.
Mr. Muller, since the last time you appeared before this board and were qualified as a parking expert, have any of your qualifications changed for the worse?
No, they have not.
For the better?
For the better.
Okay.
Yep, just keep
Then
getting
we
older.
will qualify you as a parking expert.
Thank you. For the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. I submitted a copy of our analysis of the potential parking impacts associated with the change of use from retail to restaurant, and that document stated November 29th, 2023. And just to briefly summarize, as Mr. McKevitt has indicated, the change in use from retail to restaurant requires 23 parking spaces in accordance with the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance. The subject property, as Mr. McKevitt has indicated, is in the heart of the, Merrick so-called business district or downtown. There are 3 significant municipal lots within a very close proximity to the site. We performed observations of the parking in those lots and found that there's more than sufficient parking to accommodate the change in use. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I found parking very easily when I went to inspect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we found, exactly.
Yeah, and there's a couple, closest lot is M6, which is in the Stop Shop Shopping Center, which is not good, but M4, which is right back from him, has ample parking at all times.
Absolutely correct.
Any other questions from the board?
The case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you very much.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Our next case is 73423 near Cedarhurst, 570 Peninsula Boulevard, Associates LLC.
Long time?
Use variance to construct medical office building in residential B district with front yard setback variances on 3rd Street and Branch Boulevard, and refuse area and required front yard setbacks on Branch Boulevard and Peninsula Boulevard in business district.
Want to take
Special
what?
exception to park in business and residential B district and front yard setbacks on 3rd Street.
Pardon?
Variances, clear sight triangles on Oakland Avenue.
Steph,
And
excuse me.
I'm sorry?
Do you need a break? Okay. Can we take a 10-minute break? Would that be offensive to anyone?
Not to me.
Okay. We'd like to be able to get all the testimony down, ma'am. I know look, we have to stay here longer than you do. No offense intended, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay?
Bathroom break. They want to be comfortable before they beat you. What's that? I don't choose the architect. How often do you come here? Oh, it's too often. They know me very well. They come here every week? They have a meeting probably 2 to 3 times a month, every Wednesday, the morning and afternoon, because this is the biggest township in the entire country, so.
As they tell us constantly.
As they constantly remind us. That's why 6 months is the time frame for a hearing. You know what's amazing? They hire more people at the BZA, but they're still slow as molasses. The complaint was that they lost all the people.
It's been very slow for the last.
Since COVID.
Yeah.
Since the tail end of COVID, when everyone retired.
Right.
All the seasoned professionals.
Well, some of them were not the easiest folks.
Well, but they got the job done.
Yes, but I will say, it's a rare moment that I'll defend the younger staff that they are good. They're very much more accessible.
Mm-hmm.
So they do, there's some, you see, about 150 years ago, Alexander Graham Bell invented walkie telephone.
What?
Yeah, and what you can do is you can pick it up and actually call. And then Al Gore invented the internet after that, so you can respond to an email. And they actually understand that concept, whereas some of their predecessors were absolutely impossible. And they are healthy trophies, not tell you, well, I need 72 things. So I defend that part of it, but you.
Is Cami like the new online system?
Yes. Well, that was part of the big, everyone was drunk.
Well, I hate the fact that even though I upload everything digitally, I still have to print out copies to submit physically.
But what you don't have to do is go down there quaking like the cowardly lion in front of the Wizard of Oz to see if it will accept your
Have you ever seen that before? 200 emails?
Is that the record? I said that I was not offended by taking a break.
Did you read them all?
It's the only good part about staying to the end. They don't ever care about the cases. Just love work through it.
Well, that's how you're supposed to do it. You know what?
We didn't know how
We
many
went,
are going
we went
to
for our initial variance hearing. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good thing you don't have that title anymore.
So let me tell you. We went to a variance hearing in the village of Cedarhurst because a portion of the property is in the village of Cedarhurst. And they had a significant number of neighbors come and voice their concern. But the village of Cedarhurst said that they will defer opinion until the town of Hempstead, since the majority of the property lies in your jurisdiction and not theirs. So the power of see? You should be very proud of your
I know, you
patients.
should be very,
proud of your patients. They're so committed.
Do you want to tell them how impressive it was? I can send them a video. They definitely want you to have a new office, I guess.
Yes, they do.
It's tiny. They may like you, but they don't like your office.
He has a waiting list. People can't get to his. I wish I had a waiting list.
No, you don't.
No, I'm saying he knows what I mean.
You met John DeBello's on your list.
That was interesting that he presents for John Capobianco. Did not see that coming.
He is affiliated with John Capobianco's office, yes.
I know. I just didn't know he did that.
I think that the personal appearances are a new twist. I don't think that had been happening prior.
Interesting that they let him do it.
Well, I think maybe enough times now.
I'm saying there's no conflict of interest issue. You know how
That
like you have to
may
fill
be-
out
there's
disclosure.
a time frame, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Timestamps. Right. Yeah, you really. Yeah, I sent an email at like 8:30, 8:40. These people want a new office. You deserve it. No?
I'm gonna show him the funny one that the person sent you. Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I sent it. I showed it.
You showed them that one?
Did I show you?
Oh, no, you send it to me.
No, I didn't send it. She's a great friend.
Isn't that a nice one?
Yeah, it's very nice. Yes. Not to be confused with Ron. Not the person who killed O.J. Simpson's guy. Oh no, he was killed. Head of Sears. I mean, Lawrence. No, Ron Goldman. No, the different one is the village administrator. Happens to be this guy. Right, Jamal?
Sorry?
Ron Goldman is the guy.
Yes, he is. Love Ronnie. He's the quintessential lawyer. I mean, you can take that as he knows how to play both sides, right?
I'm sure that's true. But he's also not an obstructionist type.
No, he's actually a very nice guy. He takes his job seriously. That's what I love about him. Whatever position he's in, he's gung-ho in his job. He doesn't like.
Well, that's the fundamental problem. A lot of these places here is that it's not taken seriously. That's endemic problem.
I know a lot of them in the building department. They're just waiting out for their pensions.
Most of those guys have been here forever.
They should not be here forever.
There's going to be a big retirement situation because they don't have a lot.
Depends for what position. How must be some of the new plan examiners are fantastic.
Some of the newer people
had to pass a test, and they,
And B, live in.
there was very little, there were very little,
Neighbor, or cousin is the first.
someone on this board doesn't belong here, but they're on here because they're someone's friend.
That's the majority. There's very little there. As I always say, thank God.
Pellegrini used to be a secretary. Were you on the board when he was
I know him
secretary?
very well, yeah.
It's so interesting. Was Regano ever a secretary, or he?
No. John is a lawyer.
He's a real lawyer.
He's a real lawyer. Happens to be very close with party chair.
Oh, Couturier,
Also.
a lawyer.
Smart person,
She's who? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. What?
He's only 86.
Only. I miss Chair Weiss. Do you know him?
Yeah.
Can you tell him I miss him
I
immensely?
haven't seen him, but Dave is also a good, he's a good guy.
No, he was amazing. He ran this board like amazing. No drama.
What's that?
There was no drama. And there was no proving yourself innocent. Like you didn't come here guilty.
Right.
Like, you know, and he held his own. It's just so frustrating.
No,
to come-
he's a fair guy. He wasn't an axe murderer. What's that?
They expected yours to be the longest testimony. They take it very personally, some of these people, as if they own every property around them. I can never get this.
As I always say, you don't own your property. Your municipality and your neighbors own.
You say that?
Yeah, it's true. In this state, you have no property rights. Sounds encouraging. It's pretty limited. I hate to tell you. You're not going to get any help from the courts. But you have to. You have to if you want to do what you want to do. They don't want you to have it. They have tremendous ability to, it's very hard to get them, to get a court to overrule. It's not, the balance of power is way out. What's that? The right thing. No, this, like I said, this is a smart thing to do.
You know, it was amazing that piece was so derelict and vacant for so many years, and it was for sale for many. A bunch of people brought it to me before you.
Well, I had people come, yeah, that were people who wanted to do like a CVS or that. I don't know, it never came to
I
fruition.
think you sent me drawings. No, Bill Bonasso sent drawings of like one of those like a CVS, like a drugstore with a whole layout, like everything approved.
This was approved already?
I think they got the variance approval, but they never moved forward. Yeah. So this board has seen this property before. Well, actually, I don't know if they needed so much of a variance. Again, it was a different.
Might have also had problems with, see, a lot of those places want access from the peninsula, and, they may have had problems with the county getting
Yeah.
in and out of it.
Yeah, the 239F might have been rejected. See, that's why I like your project, is that the traffic flow is not going to be as.
Not, yeah, and this
Did we do a traffic study? We don't need to, right? Right.
Our next case is 73423 near Cedarhurst, 570 Peninsula Boulevard, Associates LLC. Use variance to construct medical office building in residential B district with front yard setback variances on 3rd Street and Branch Boulevard and refuse area and required front yard setbacks on Branch Boulevard and Peninsula Boulevard in Business District, special exception to park in Residential B District, and front yard setbacks on 3rd Street, variances, clear sight triangles on Oakland Avenue and Peninsula Boulevard and Branch Boulevard and 3rd Street, variance in off-street parking with insufficient stall size and maneuvering aisle, also known as 560-570 Peninsula Boulevard.
Good afternoon again. Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. Oh, did you not swear us in? Doctor.
David Simai. My address, 553 Woodmere Boulevard, Woodmere, New York, 11598.
Shmuel Flaum, 194 Wanzer Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096.
All right, good afternoon again. We're here today on an application for property located at 570 Peninsula Boulevard in, what do we call it? Officially Cedarhurst, yes, officially Cedarhurst. In Nassau, we are still in Nassau County, yes. A very tiny portion of this property is technically in the village of Cedarhurst, about 10 feet, I believe, in the very front of the property on Peninsula Boulevard. Well, they wanted you to take the whole case, ironically. We've been to the Cedarhurst zoning board, and they basically said, go to finish in the town of Hempstead and then come back and talk to us. So, although there's a lot of verbiage in this notice, I would submit to you that this is not a terribly complicated case. Dr. Samai, who's seated to my right, is a local pediatrician with a very thriving practice. As you can see from the large stack of emails that the board received overnight, his patients are enthusiastic supporters of the practice, and obviously they like Dr. Samai, but they don't like his present office, and that I could see somebody about that. And those patients would like Dr. Samai to have an office that's a little more conducive to their needs and to his practice, and that's what brings us here today. I think the board has seen this piece of property before. It's on the corner of Peninsula Boulevard and Branch Boulevard. There have been at least one or two other proposals, I think, that have made their way here to improve this lot, which is right now pretty much it is a vacant eyesore, and it has been vacant for quite a number of years. I think at least 10 years seems to be the consensus of my client and his architect. So this would be a proposal that would improve it with a one-story medical office building, 9,249 square feet. That would be located along the corner of Peninsula and Branch, and the balance of the property then would be used for parking. Dr. Samai would move his practice to this location. He practices, he is the sole doctor in the practice. He has a physician's assistant who assists him, and then typical office staff that you would expect, nurses, administrative support, and so forth. He has about 8 to 10 employees, including himself and the physician's assistant, who would be on site at any one time in the office building. The office building is itself a permitted use. There is a small section, as I mentioned, that's in the village of Cedarhurst, that's on the Peninsula Boulevard edge of the property. And there is a small section at the back of the property going down Branch Boulevard towards what's labeled on the site plan as 3rd Street, which I'll come to in a moment. You'll see on there, there's a zoning line. So the very rear of the property is in the Residence B district.
That's the only part that's requiring an actual use variance.
So-called use variance. I say so-called because there's only parking spots in that area. The building itself is on the business zone side of the line.
Is it a use to have parking in Res B? I thought it was.
Typically, they would say special exception to park in Residence B.
Why was it considered a use?
I don't know why I guess because the whole lot is being used for an office, but the building itself is not in the residence district. And that area, as you can see, doesn't abut any property. It abuts what was 3rd Street. That street was abandoned by the prior owner of this property, the entity that owned it before Dr. Samai purchased it. So it's no longer a public street. It serves as essentially a driveway out onto Branch Boulevard. And that is how all of the traffic would enter and exit this property according to our site plan. When we were in the village of Cedarhurst, there was some concern from the neighbors about allowing traffic to come out onto Oakland Avenue, which is a more residential street that abuts the other side of the property. And as you can see from this site plan, no traffic will come in or out on Oakland Avenue. There won't be any curb cut on the Oakland Avenue frontage. That's a 100-foot frontage. All the traffic will enter and exit along Branch Boulevard, which in that area is within the business district. There aren't any residences in the area where the traffic would come in and out. Further down, there are residences, but not in this section.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
No part of the structure is in the Res B?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but no part of the structure.
Because it says, use variance to construct medical office in Res B district.
Mr. Flom can answer.
So the planning examiner, Mr. Narabecki, said that we had to indicate the differentiation between Residence B and Business X on the property, and I guess they consider that even though the building itself is not in the not in the residence district, but because the parcel incorporates a piece of it, that's how they described it. He was very aware. The drawings show the delineation between the two on the site plan.
No, because it's important that if you don't need a use, that you don't have to meet that level of proof.
Correct.
The use itself for the office is not in the residence district.
And the
There
structure is not, right?
The structure is not. Well, that's what I'm saying. The structure is not. There are some parking spaces and the ingress-egress that go into the residence B.
But every parking for a business in Res B is that.
That is
and
often
those
the
are not
case.
uses.
I agree with you, but there were many back and forths with this application, and to get it on track, it took a long time. That's how they captioned it. My personal view is it's not really a use variance for the reasons we've said. You can handle it however the board sees fit, but the fact is that the residential portion of the property is not being used for the medical office building.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Along those lines, is there a site plan or a survey that indicates to verify or validate what you just said, Mr. Flom? Show me the building that's not on the Res B. I don't see it in,
The line is on the site plan, which we can show you. It's a little hard to see, but it is there.
No, I don't want to see it on that. I want to see it on this, please.
This is the delineation between Residence B and Business X. This is dash one. So the building is there, parking is there. This is Third Street, which is abandoned.
Thank you. It's been verified.
Thank you. The plan is compliant for parking in terms of number of spaces. We're required to have 47 spaces. We have 49. There are some minor deficiencies with some of those spaces in terms of the stall width. Those are called out on your plan. They are the spots that are designated for employee parking towards the Oakland Avenue side. You can see them, where it says employee parking, and you'll see that 5 of those spots are 8 foot 6 inches wide instead of 9 feet. So those are the spots that do not comply with the 9-foot requirement. And then the backup area from spot 31, I should say, which is adjacent to the spots I just indicated, you see is 20 feet 4 inches instead of the required 22. Am I correct, Mr. Flom? Yes, so it's 22. So there's a minor backup deficiency and a minor stall width deficiency just in those areas. The other spots that the building department cited as non-compliant are, in fact, the required 9 by 18, but they are located in what the building department called out as front yard setbacks. So they called out the spots that are adjacent to what was 3rd Street as being in the front yard setback. As I mentioned, 3rd Street was abandoned. It just looks like it's part of the driveway for this property right now, so it's not really, technically that's really not a front yard any longer. So we have enough parking, 49 spots, but some are in the front yard and some are slightly undersized. We need 47 spots. Oh, for our office to operate? Well, there's about, as I said, there would be about 8 to 10 staff, and I mean, the doctor can give you his numbers, but I believe he sees about 8 patients an hour. Is that right, doctor? Mr. Flom?
So while that sounds noble, the Village of Cedarhurst mayor specifically was very adamant that before we would even go to a hearing at the Village of Cedarhurst, which we went to, that the parking calculations we either meet or exceed the number of spots. And they would not even hear us. So we went to a hearing there. They ended up deferring to the town, but they made sure that the building that would match the number of spots required. And they have the same requirement of 200 square feet for one parking spot for every 200 square feet. So if this board did grant, the variance and with the reduction in parking, I don't know if the Village of Cedarhurst would be amenable to approving the variance in their district, because the mayor is very adamant that any new
Yes, I mean, I think those 2 spots can back up and exit, out that aisle that goes towards 3rd Street. As Mr. Flom indicates, even though Cedarhurst has a tiny portion of this property, they were,
vociferous.
Adamant. And yes, they were quite adamant about how they hoped the property might be designed. We went through numerous iterations of how to lay out this property before we arrived on this design. It is parking number compliant. It's a good traffic flow. It gets the traffic off of Oakland Avenue, which was a concern for some of the neighbors. So we think it's a superior design. So other than that, those minor deficiencies with the stalls and the backup and this so-called use, even though it's not really a use variance, the only other issues that are called out here, one has to do, with the refuse area. We're proposing to put that over by the 3rd Street, where 3rd Street existed. They're saying that's in the front yard. Setback, again, 3rd Street is not a street anymore. It's part of the property, essentially. So we felt that was a good area to put it. I doubt it's even really necessary, but the building department, I think, insisted we show a refuse area. So we placed it there. Again, that's not adjacent to any residences at all. And then they also note clear sight triangle on Oakland Avenue and Peninsula Boulevard. I'm not an expert on the clear sight triangle. I don't know exactly what offends the clear sight triangle here. There is a parking spot there, but previously there is or was, I'm not sure if it's been demolished, a small building on that corner, which was a vet's office, and I never understood that. Right. Mrs. D'Amato, I know you have a good understanding of the clear sight triangle that I never absorbed. There's a sign there now that was for the vet's office, so I don't see any obstruction of that triangle by virtue of the fact that we're proposing one parking space there. And I think they said the same for, they also said the same for Branch Boulevard and 3rd Street. Well, I've already explained 3rd Street, which I'll close on in a minute. And the same, I would raise the same issue with, Branch Boulevard. We're taking the building to the property line, but there's a there's 10-foot sidewalk there, correct, Mr. Flom? So I don't know what obstruction there could be. I'm not aware of any unusual design feature here. Mr. Flom, do you want to say anything about that?
No, I think the clear side triangle typically is reserved for, residential fence or a fence in nature of blocking the view.
Correct.
Here you have a building that's proposed at the corner, but that corner triangulation and the size of that intersection is large enough, it's not blocking anyone's view. There's 3 lanes going in each direction in almost every one of those major arteries. So there's nothing that's going to be visually blocked. There's a signal, there's multiple signals. So at that specific intersection, you can see on the survey, there's enough space that no one's vision is going to be blocked in any way, shape, or form, even if the building was located at that corner.
Well, the building is one thing on the other corner, but on Oakland and Peninsula, that's just parking.
Yeah, it's just parking, it's totally open, and of course, we would accept the condition that nothing be placed there that would obstruct any views. So that's really the case. As I said, this is a pediatric office with a thriving practice. Oh, doctor, could you just put your hours of operation on so the board has a sense of when you operate?
My office is open at 9 a.m. until 8 p.m., Monday through Thursday. On Sunday, we're open 9 to 2. On Fridays, we're open 9 to 2. And on Saturday nights for 1 hour, 8 to 9 p.m.
So that's all there is to this case. It's, as I said, this will allow this practice to move into an office that is, right now they're in a very small cramped office. They need the extra space. They're doing it in really, from an office or a use perspective, it's totally compliant. It's exactly what the business zone is designed for. We have more parking than is required. And, I think all these variances are essentially, in this instance, technicalities. So unless you have any further questions.
Any other questions from the board? No, we have objectants, but, yeah, all right. So we'll let the objectors speak. Who would like to speak first? Well, we have competing concerns. Your hand went up first, but he's closer, so you'll go first.
Hold on a second, let us swear you in.
Swear you in.
Give your name and address for the record.
Michael Schussheim, 556 Redwood Drive, Cedarhurst. I'm a 36 or nearly 36-year resident of the community. It's a beautiful residential area, and I have a primary issue that I want to discuss, but I'm going to discuss that at the end. I'm just going to note that I'm going to defer to my neighbors with respect to the scope of the project and issues dealing with sanitation and parking, et cetera, and access. But for the record, I want to state that I would prefer a smaller project, and I would also prefer that the project be constructed along Peninsula Boulevard. That's where the properties had improvements on them. There was an animal hospital on the corner of Peninsula Boulevard and Oakland Avenue. That building was on Peninsula Boulevard. There was a restaurant on Peninsula Boulevard. There was a bakery, later a party store, later a Pickwick shop. They were all on Peninsula Boulevard, and this project is designed for the structure to be along Branch Boulevard. And I'm not crazy about that concept. I think that it hinders the values in the residential area by having that structure along Branch Boulevard. I'm not so opposed to the project if that's the way it has to be, but I really would prefer that the building, and this was stressed by many of the neighbors at the hearing last May, I believe, in the village of Cedarhurst. So I would prefer that the project be along Peninsula Boulevard, and again, I'll defer to most of my neighbors with respect to the issues regarding sanitation, parking, et cetera. My issue, and this is what I discussed in May at the village of Cedarhurst, There was also a gasoline station, service station on Peninsula Boulevard on that property. And that gasoline station closed down many years ago, and there was a leak there of oil, gas that has occurred with many different gas stations, and there was remediation there. And there was remediation there for many years. And it was said that that remediation was not fully successful. And I indicated at the hearing in Cedarhurst that this is an opportunity once and for all to address the issue of the remediation, to determine was the remediation done properly. If not, there should be further remediation done now in conjunction with the project or in advance of the project to make sure that environmentally all of us are safe. So I requested that there be full study performed, not just a brief form checking off yes, 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 that this is environmentally okay, but that there be a full environmental impact study done to determine whether there is a damage to the environment, whether there is a problem still with gasoline that leaked possibly into the soil and into the water. And if that is still a problem, that it be remediated in conjunction or in advance of this project. So I'm requesting respectfully that the board listen to what I'm saying and mandate that that kind of in-depth study, not a perfunctory checking off of some questions, be done here, and that we determine the environmental aspects of this property to determine whether there should be a project on that property in the first place, and if it should be done, whether there should be remediation done, and when that remediation should be done, whether it should be done in advance of any construction, or whether it can be done in conjunction with the project.
Hold on, Mr. Brown, can you speak to that?
Well, we've addressed this previously. First of all, there's some confusion, I think, with the SECRA form. This has been referred to before, that, it's perfunctory. Well, as you know, this is a short environmental assessment form that's related to the impacts of this as an office building. It has nothing to do with what might be under the ground. That's not what SECRA exists to do, as the board knows. So I think there's some confusion here about what that form is used for and what an environmental impact study is in the context of SECRA. As regards remediation, the doctor purchased his property. He did environmental investigations before. We're not aware of any ongoing active environmental problem here. He has not been cited by any agency or the DEC or anyone else about any issues on the property. My understanding is the area in which this prior contamination was identified is in the parking lot. Is that correct? In an area where we will not be disturbing that area. It will not be where the building is being built. The parking lot, I believe, will just be repaved and striped. So there won't be any disturbance about where this former leak occurred.
Have a Phase 2 environmental performed?
I didn't have a phase 2, but the seller did provide documents that showed that all the remediation was done, and yeah.
It was signed off?
And had been, the spill had been closed.
Yeah.
Those documents by any chance?
Yeah,
I can give them to you if you'd like.
we'd like.
Okay, I'll forward them to you this evening.
Thank you.
What else?
Okay. I would request that the board review this to make sure that what the representatives and the doctor are saying are accurate, because that's not what we, the neighbors, were advised a number of years ago. We were advised that the remediation was not successful.
By who?
This is what we heard.
No, but from who?
I'm just telling you, this was not an official word from the Department of Environmental Protection or from the EPA.
Okay, well, he's going to submit that, so.
Yeah.
Well,
And it will be
that's why I'm raising the issue.
It will be thoroughly reviewed.
That's what I'm asking.
We'll-
Please make sure that it's
It's-
taken care of, and that if it's not, that
Consider
it is addressed and taken care of.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
We're not aware of the prior.
I assumed you weren't aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I said, we're happy to do that, although
Understood.
it would not be, it has no, I just had expressed before that it's not that I'm dismissing the issue, it's just not a zoning issue, that's
Understood.
all.
Sir?
My name is Stephen Kuritzky, K-U-R-I-T-Z-K-Y. I reside at 72 Neptune Avenue in Woodmere, New York, 11598. More importantly, I'm here representing my mother, who is a resident of 623 Branch Boulevard, which is the house that is adjacent to the property that we are speaking about here. Full disclosure, I am an attorney, but this is all Greek to me. This is way out of my area of expertise, so I'm going to try and stay in my lane, but I have done a little bit of research here with regard to variances, and I'm sure, as the board knows, the law requires that the least possible amount of variances is what should be given here. And
Could you just move the mic more toward your mouth?
is this better?
Yes.
Better.
Okay, I'm sorry. And the sheer number of variances that have been requested here, of course, it raises initial eyebrows, even to those of us that are not experienced in this area. By way of introduction, and I'll try and keep my remarks brief, we moved into that house in 1979. So I don't think anybody in this room or anybody that's probably submitted any documents or supporting documents has been there as long as we have. So we know the whole entire history of the property. And when my parents purchased that property in 1979, they were well aware that they were purchasing a property that was adjacent to a commercial property. And they had expectations of that as well. Again, the initial raising of the eyebrows as a result of the sheer number of variances that have been requested here, and if granted, would change really the nature of what their expectations were when they came and purchased the property and the residential area in general. One thing I will take exception with here, and let me say at the outset, we're all we're all for a project that cleans up that area and is a respectable business, as Dr. Semai's business certainly will be. It's, just to reiterate what the prior gentleman said, it's the scope. It's a little big, and if it wasn't that big, it wouldn't require all of these variances. And again, I think these variances would change the character of the residential area that is really most of that area. Just a couple of things here. Again, the number of variances were excessive and will cause irreparable harm to the general residential vicinity. One thing I will take exception with is the refuse that is supposed to go on 3rd Street. The gentleman said that it wasn't really adjacent to any property. I grew up on the adjacent property, so in fact that refuse will be right up against my mom's property. So that's something that we consider to be a potential or certainly going to be a problem in terms of odor, in terms of vermin, in terms of noise. We consider that a significant a problem. There's enough of a property that doesn't have to have refuse that is adjacent to that. The one other thing I will note is the parking, which I know we've spent some time discussing the property. Yes, I guess they have been able to get 49 spots in there. But again, as somebody who's lived in the area and has looked at the parking, there's not a whole lot of parking on Branch Boulevard. The idea that they won't be able to fit, certainly won't be able to fit into the lot as the project is proposed now. That parking will overflow into both Branch Boulevard and onto Oakland on the other side. And again, Dr. Semai's office, I'm sure, is going to be very busy, and it undoubtedly will cause a significant issue with regard to parking on those residential streets. Other than that, again, I wanted to keep my remarks brief here. We would love to see a project put up here. As noted, it has been an eyesore for the last several years, but this project just seems to really require so much in terms of change that it really changes the general vicinity. And that's what I have for you, and have a good evening. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Brown, as it relates to 3rd Street,
Yeah.
did you say that it was what is the status of that property?
3rd Street was abandoned by the prior owner. If you there's a letter in your file I submitted today just to clarify. Third Street is a 50-foot wide right-of-way.
But who owns it?
It is now owned by Dr. Samai. If you look on the survey, you'll see the deed line goes to the middle of the street. That's actually an error. When they did the meets and bounds, they erroneously...
He owns Third Street.
He owns the full 50-foot width, yes. The prior owner abandoned it and was able to acquire both halves of the street. And Dr. Samai, purchased that from him.
Right, so in terms of just going through the variances you're requesting,
Yes.
The use, which doesn't seem to me to be a use for the structure in the Res B, because it's not in the Res B, the structure.
Correct.
And then we have, for example, the refuse area in the front yard setback, but that's the Third Street front yard setback, so
Right,
it's
so
really
it's
not what that is. I mean, you own the
And I just want to
property.
clarify, I believe what the gentleman is talking about, the house on the other side of Third Street. So this refuse area is about 70 feet from that property line. It's not against the property line of the neighbor. It's against our building and on the other side of Third Street. So,
Right, but I'm going through, I'm more interested in figuring out which of these variances you need are actually in reality. So
I think it should
for
be-
example, the front yard setback on Third, the refuse area in the front yard on Third that's not really what it is, because you own that street.
correct.
And then the front yard setback on Third Street in the clear site, front yard setback on Third Street also, again, is not really what it is, because you own Third Street.
Correct.
And then the clear site triangles on Oakland and Peninsula are not really, there's no structure in them.
Correct.
Now, the next ones are, like, the building is in the other clear site triangle, so that is in reality. So I'm just
Fair enough.
trying to parse out what is a real variance here and what is,
I understand that someone reading this could say, oh my gosh, there's so many variances here, but they really are of a very minor nature. I would submit they're technicalities. This is a doctor's office. The building itself is totally legal. There's in excess of the number of parking spots that's required. That's quite a rarity in the town of Hempstead, where you find an office building that has enough parking. It's a one-story structure. I mean, we've played around with many, many designs, and as you know, medical uses often want quite large offices, and the doctor was contemplating that at one point, and together we were able to reach the conclusion that a larger building would not be appropriate here because of the limitations of the site. We also decided not to build a building on stilts, which you'd have, a building 15 feet up in the air perhaps. Then you could have a lot, more parking underneath, but the neighbors would be looking up at a building up in the air, and most people consider the buildings on stilts to be not as aesthetically pleasing. So this is a very modest application. It's a 9,000 square foot, one-story office building in the business zone on Peninsula Boulevard that can accommodate its parking, meets its parking requirement. The neighbors were concerned about putting traffic onto Oakland Avenue, where there are houses immediately abutting the or adjacent to the property. So we closed that. We put them onto Branch Boulevard. And I think it's a very well laid out, smart way to deal with this L-shaped piece of property, which has been a vacant eyesore that everybody acknowledges is no good for the neighborhood for years and years and years.
so does this boil down to the maneuverability and parking in Res B? I mean, those are the
Yeah, there's
two
a few
things that are
there's
real.
3 spots in Res B. There's 5 spots that are a few inches undersized and that are missing a foot and a half of a backup aisle.
But
That's
those
what
are
it
the
is.
real variances, like those
Correct.
are what you really need.
Correct.
The other stuff that pretends to be in the front yard setback on Third, you own Third.
Correct.
If I may.
Is this like a Mr. Carter thing? Remember?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
you
think
don't
I'm
know
still
that
in
show?
school, maybe.
Pick me. Oh,
I
great.
think they might have just made an error. Instead of the garbage area needing a front yard setback variance for Third, it's really Branch Boulevard, because since Third Street is now subsumed into the property that's owned by Dr. Samai, so the garbage area would probably need a front yard setback for Branch, not Third Street. That's just my assessment of it. Does that make sense?
So strangely,
It's a long Branch Boulevard, but it's at what was the corner of Branch and Third Street. Now, they're considering Third Street, you know, if Third Street was still a public right-of-way, it would have 2 front yards.
It says
That's
setback
what it is.
variances on Third Street and Branch and refuse area.
Correct, correct. So, again,
So you
Third
might
Street
need
is
that.
50 feet wide. It makes a very nice driveway for access in and out of the property, and that allows us to keep the cars off of Oakland and not have to do another curb cut onto Peninsula Boulevard, which is very dangerous. So, you know, this allows the cars to exit out to a signalized intersection, stay away from the residences, get away from coming out in the middle of Peninsula Boulevard. So I think it's a very intelligent design, and it's really a good use for this property. You can't get a more benign use than a pediatric practice that has enough parking.
Other objections? Come up,
My name,
one second, sorry.
my name is Yossi Steyer. My address is business, which is located closest to the potential new building at 600 Oakland Avenue. My area is right in back, and it's an office building. So I welcome Dr. Smy's use of the building, because it'll make, right now I'm looking at a terrible eyesore, and I think we're all aboard with the residents that they want it. The only thing that I want to understand better is again, if Dr. Smy is saying that you're for roughly like 8 patients an hour, I don't understand the need for 49 parking spaces at one time.
I don't think he feels he needs them, but the mathematical calculation that's applied by all the zoning, and given that the mayor wants them to stick to that, this is my understanding, that
Right,
he
but-
doesn't feel he actually will use that many, but he's required to lay them out and paint them on so that the mayor of Cedarhurst will find it a palatable proposal.
Well, if we explain to him that the safety issue of having such close parking spaces may outweigh the need to having understanding that the property that size need that space, or maybe you
I
could
agree.
reduce the property just slightly, because again, we don't want to infringe on Dr. Smy's practice at all. We welcome it there. We just feel we want everyone to be safe.
Agreed.
And to have 49 spots, unless the intention is for the practice to grow tremendously, and I wish him great success, but that's something.
It's a prescription by the building zone ordinance. That's why he has to do this.
But again, just like we're going for a variance here, that's a variance that should be understood. It's a very important
We
variance.
agree with you, but the mayor of Cedarhurst doesn't.
Well, okay, I can't say what the mayor sees, but again, okay, well, maybe it should be, again, he's deferring, I believe, to the town of Hempstead. So if the town of Hempstead has a conversation with the mayor of Cedarhurst, maybe we'll accomplish something.
Okay.
Just one other matter. When I bought the property, which is roughly 2 years ago, so I'm the newest neighbor there, because of the gasoline station that was adjacent to my property, which is going to be the property now owned by Dr. Samai, I had to do both a phase 1 and a phase 2 to allow me, or the bank really was the one, that they were giving me a mortgage because the phase 1 was not as conclusive, and they knew, so phase 2, which is more expensive and necessary, was needed for me. So I just think that should be something that should be addressed. Possibly the fact that it's only a parking lot, and I had a building, so maybe that explains the difference, but I just want to make that fact known to everybody.
When you had your Phase 2 performed, did the Phase 2 indicate there was any leakage?
Not on my property.
Okay.
But again, my property was not the property that the leakage was
Understood.
on. So
Understood.
we think that there may be leakage on the property that's currently being developed. Thank you very much.
We'll review that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next? Anyone else?
All right. Anything else,
Come up.
Mr. Brown?
Give everybody a chance.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Andre Zickerman. I live at 505 Redwood Drive in Cedar Bay Park. in general, you know, I've come here to this area before to object to other projects, but in general, this area is extremely overcrowded. This is an issue with the 5 towns. There have been issues, you know, at the meetings with the mayor of Cedarhurst, and this particular area, it's on Branch and Peninsula, and it's very congested. You literally have 4 temples nearby. On the other side of Branch, there's Halb, an elementary school. It's very busy. Peninsula Boulevard is a truck route. And on every block in that area, there's a light, which is not that common in Long Island. There was a situation a couple of years ago when my father visited me, and literally it was raining and there was too much water. He couldn't cross the street like in a third world country. I'm very concerned that the area is overcrowded, and that in general, whatever, you know, I understand that the place has been an eyesore, but having an eyesore is better than having it congested. You know, this is a major problem with this area. Everything's being built up. The area to begin with wasn't meant to have so many people live in it. Because the area has become more attractive, therefore people want to buy into it. That's why the prices have gone up. But that being said, it's a very busy area. You have Peninsula Boulevard, there's a truck route. On Branch to get to North Woodmere, a lot of people are living now in North Woodmere. That's the main place to go, is through Branch Boulevard, make that left from Peninsula into Branch, and it's making a lot of congestion, and I think basically any variance, you know, it has to be limited as much as possible. There's just too many people, and my father came to my house, he couldn't cross the street because there's too much water. I mean, that tells you the state of that area. So that's it. Thank you for hearing me.
Well, there was an animal shelter there that's been abandoned many years. All of those will be closed out, Mr. Flom, correct, if we are approved and complete the filing of the project. We'll accept that as a condition. I was just going to say, you know, the 5 towns is like Yogi Berra, you know, it's so crowded nobody goes there anymore. But that's why they need a pediatrician's office. And that's all we have. Oh.
My name is Bev Faustin. I live at 614 Ocean Point Avenue in the townhouses, the corner of Oakland and Peninsula Boulevard. So it's more a concern or cloudy with the Oakland Avenue intersection right there. That I know that we have a new business in the area. But I'm one who just recently retired. I lived there since 1999, and I'm concerned about the congestion and the noise level. So a little cloudy in terms of the triangular parking on Oakland that was referred to, how that will, yes, on Oakland Avenue. How will that impact the residents, especially my family and the families on Oakland? There. Just a little clarity, please.
Yes, there won't. Correct. That's all parking lot that'll be open. There will not be any new traffic put onto Oakland Avenue to come in or out of this site.
So there'll be no entrance on Oakland
Correct.
into your parking?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Galia Gladney. I live at 609 Oakland Avenue, Cedarhurst. I'm also concerned about the traffic and the congestion, because it's a very congested street, and people often come through that Oakland Avenue to avoid other traffic lights, and it's very, there's just a lot of congestion. I'm also unclear about which buildings, like the vet's office, is this medical building going to be on? The whole property, or?
The existing structures will be demolished, and there'll be one new building built at the corner of Peninsula and Branch.
I see. So there's no curb cut here, you're saying, right? On Oakland? I think that's what they said. No. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
My name is Janice Koritsky. My son spoke before. I'm at 623 Branch Boulevard, which is right abuts the area that Dr. Semai is planning to build. I don't have any problems with the improvement of the building, with the building being there. I prefer it to be along Peninsula where the other store, or where the other commercial resident, stores were at the time. But my main objection is that on 3rd Street, the area there is a big mess. There's weeds, there's garbage that's thrown there. I just want to make sure that if he does get the variance to build, then that area is cleaned up with a fence or shrubs, so at least it would be aesthetically much improved.
Mr. Brown, you guys want to speak?
We totally agree. It is an eyesore, the whole area. That will be completely cleaned up. There will be some shrubbery and fencing put in as we go, and those conditions will be eliminated.
And also, I object to they're talking about the refuse is really very close, because when they're going to come take the refuse for the garbage trucks, it's going to be very noisy. I don't know why, with all that property, why it has to abut right where I am. I'm living there for over 40 years.
Is there a
and we
way
never
it
had
can
that
be moved a
problem.
little bit further away, so when it dumps and it goes clang, 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 she doesn't have to hear it?
We can build a fence around it, so it won't be so visible.
You can't do it on Peninsula. It's impossible.
It's not a,
You can fence it and come.
Typically, they collect the garbage early in the morning, and they go to everyone's houses, so.
Yeah,
My bedroom backs that area.
I wasn't thinking the issue was looking at the garbage can when it's there, but rather, and there she's running at 6 a.m. and jumping it, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know why, with all that property that he has, why it can't be closer to the building even. Let it be on the side of the building that he's building. Why does it have to be on, right, next to me on Branch Boulevard? I'm the first house right off 3rd Street.
Doctor,
Yes.
who picks up the refuse there? Town
Or private.
or private?
Honestly, I've been a tenant for a long time, so I'm not sure, but I know that usually businesses have their own companies, right, sanitation companies, and
correct me if I'm wrong, though. See, this comes up a lot. The building department likes to make people put refuse areas. This isn't a restaurant or a, commercial grade place where you're going to be generating a lot of trash. Do you use a dumpster currently?
No.
Are you planning to use a dumpster, or are you planning to use regular garbage pails?
regular garbage.
What kind of refuse does a pediatric practice
Oh, I don't want to
generate?
know.
Well,
I don't,
All the hazardous
let's not
material
go
goes
there.
into boxes that are picked up once a month.
Yeah.
And then we have diapers and paper, and that's it.
go no further.
That's it.
It's typical of what, besides the diapers, typical of what you would find in an office, correct?
Yes.
Some offices might have to get this.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, that's it. That's my complaint.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Brown?
that's it.
Can I just say something?
Dr. Samai just wants to make a
I want to
brief
thank the board, first of all, for convening today, and I want to thank all the neighbors. I think that, God willing, we'll have a beautiful office that will serve the community. We want it to be a spacious office with room to grow, and my intention is not to rent it out to other people and to be a landlord. I just want to be able to focus on delivering care to my patients, and we build an office that we can grow into over the next couple of decades, and hopefully it will be something that the neighbors will enjoy with the least obstruction to their life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all we have.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming. Have a safe home and stay warm.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Can I go?
Our next case is 59923 to 60423 East Meadow, Chick-fil-A Incorporated. Special exception for proposed 3-lane drive-through with pickup window, proposed freestanding drive-through canopy, and proposed shed, all in conjunction with proposed Chick-fil-A. Installed detached, double-faced, illuminated monument sign, 46.75 square feet per face, totaling 93.50 square feet, with less than required setback on Hempstead Turnpike. Install second detached double-face illuminated monument sign, 46.75 square feet per face, totaling 93.50 square feet, with less than required setback on Merrick Avenue. Install first menu board sign in conjunction with proposed drive-through window. Install second menu board sign in conjunction with proposed drive-through window. Install third menu board sign in conjunction with proposed drive-through window. Also known as 1622 Hempstead Turnpike.
Good afternoon, or I guess good evening now. Denise Vista with Amato Law Group, 666 Old Country Road, Garden City, New York, 11530. Here today on behalf of the applicant, Chick-fil-A Inc., in connection with its proposed restaurant to be located at 1622 Hempstead Turnpike in East Meadow. Chick-fil-A is requesting the following relief for its project: a special permit for the drive-through, special permit for the freestanding canopy, and a special permit for the proposed shed. In addition, we require variance relief for the proposed signage. We're proposing 5 signs, 2 monument signs, 1 on Hempstead Turnpike and 1 on Merrick Avenue, and 3 menu boards. We also require variance relief for exceeding the permitted square footage per face of the monument signs for both on Hempstead Turnpike and Merrick Avenue. And lastly, we require variances for the setback to the property lines on both Hempstead Turnpike and Merrick Avenue. It's 11.2 feet setback on Hempstead Turnpike and 7.9 feet setback to Merrick Avenue. Front. We're on, it's an L-shaped property. We front both Merrick Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike. So briefly, Chick-fil-A is proposing to demolish the existing vacant bank building, which currently has a drive-through as well, to construct a 2,836 square foot walk-up restaurant with drive-through, the freestanding canopy that I had mentioned, which will be situated over the menu boards, trash enclosure and shed, site improvements, and lastly, the site will be parking compliant. And this is a unique Chick-fil-A in that there will be no indoor or outdoor seating. So it's a walk-up and drive-through service only. It's the first of its kind on Long Island, but they are looking to propose others in the area. Chick-fil-A has the support of the Council of East Meadow Community Organizations. Our office, along with representatives of Chick-fil-A, met with the civic group on September 20th. We answered all their questions, and in return, they had issued a letter of support. So with that said, I have a few documents that I would like to submit into the record in support of the application. They're quite hefty, Patrick. Yeah. There's 7 sets there. So I'm just going to note what I'm submitting. I'm going to note for the record. So there's the letter from the civic group dated November 10th, 2023. Correct. One for each of you, and then one for the record, or one for the board's record. So again, the letter from the civic group dated November 10th, 2023. The site plan rendering exhibit, which was prepared by Stonefield Engineering, dated November 27th, 2023. The real estate affidavit prepared by Michael Lynch of Lynch Appraisal LTD, dated November 17th, 2023. The planning analysis prepared by VHB, dated November 2023. And lastly, the traffic impact analysis prepared by Atlantic Traffic and Design, dated November 16th, 2023. I have with me tonight the preparer of those reports. This is the same team that presented for the Levittown Chick-fil-A that recently opened in September. So they are here to answer any questions you have. I would like to note that we are in receipt of the petition that was submitted by the Bel Air condo community, and we believe that the documents that were presented this evening, as well as the testimony, have addressed their concerns. So with that said, I would like to have Zach Chaplin of Stonefield present the site plan. The Bel Air petition was submitted at the hearing on September 27th when we requested an adjournment. Yes. What's that? So the concerns were traffic, real estate values, and pollution. I have a copy if you're not able to locate it. Okay. And real estate values. We submitted a real estate report. I have Mr. Lynch here to address those concerns if necessary, and Mr. Shikoski, who can address the traffic concerns. I think the materials sufficiently address it, but I would like Mr. Chaplin and Mr. Shikoski to run through the site design and the traffic if.
Good evening. Just for the record, my name is Zachary Chaplin, last name C-H-A-P-L-I-N, with the firm Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York. As Denise mentioned, part of the same team, Levittown site, so I've been in front of you previously for that project. And really what we have here tonight is a little bit of a different project. So this is a drive-through only. Levittown site is, regular, typical Chick-fil-A with seating inside. This Chick-fil-A will solely really focus on the drive-through. No, the parking spots are for the employees. So really the point of this site is really to utilize the drive-through, and then the parking is there for the employees.
And for the walk-up.
And there's a walk-up window. So the other way to essentially place your order is you could, from the outside, there's a walk-up window. So 2 ways: walk-up window, drive-through, and then of course Uber Eats, or you could order for pickup. But just before we get into the weeds on it, I just want to kind of walk through the site layout a little bit. So site, as we mentioned, fronts Hempstead Turnpike and Merrick Avenue. It's kind of L-shaped in size, and we're right next to a self-storage facility that was recently approved, mainly in a commercial area. Site does have that parking area that buffers it, as there is residential to the south, but you essentially have over 100 feet of that parking that kind of buffers our site. In summary with this project, this is going to be the largest queue for Chick-fil-A on Long Island. 36 cars. There are 3 menu boards, essentially 3 ordering stations into 2 pickup dual lane fulfillment. So this has the newest Chick-fil-A technology in terms of being able to fulfill 2 orders at once, where most of your Chick-fil-A's on Long Island today just have that 1 pickup window. This has what Levittown has. It has the door that allows us to fulfill 2 customers at the same time, and beyond that, it has 3 ordering stations. Ethan, who is our traffic consultant, will kind of speak more in terms of the drive-through flow and capacity, but what I can say is on top of the large queue, there's also capacity to stack another 20 cars if needed. I'm just gonna, that was, yeah, that was my next point to make. So we have worked a long time on this project, specifically with both DOT and Nassau County DPW. Hempstead Turnpike is a DOT roadway. Merrick Avenue is Nassau County Department of Public Works. What we're proposing is a right-in, right-out only on Merrick Avenue, and then 2 separate driveways, a right-in only and a right-out only on Hempstead Turnpike. So it's a right turn in only on the west and then a right turn out only on the east. So it's very restricted, the access. No left turns out, no left turns in. Have to make either a right in on Merrick or right in on Hempstead. So on Hempstead Turnpike, there's a sign at the northeast corner that says proposed stop sign and right turn only sign.
If you're looking on Merrick,
Yeah, so there's a sign also on Merrick Avenue. It says stop sign and right turn only, and then this is a divided highway, so obviously it's possible to make the left-hand turns. And I do want to point out that both DPW and the DOT were at the approval stage with them. They've reviewed this over the last year and are comfortable with the design in front of you tonight. Mm-hmm. Are you talking about like monument signs? Like, so there are 2 monument signs proposed. There is a monument sign at the western side, right by the entrance. On the plan, it's labeled application. Yep. And then we actually, correct. And then the other one is right in the middle median on Hempstead Turnpike. Again, it's called out the specific application monument sign 2. Correct.
and you won't be turning out of that. It'll be around that curb. Yes. Oh, you're talking, okay. Yeah.
So I'll be brief with the rest. So the site was really designed to optimize the drive-through. You know, the way it's laid out, you're able to fit as many cars as we could up to the 36 car count. And then, like I said, we have 33 parking spaces where 32 are required. That's mainly intended for the employees. We do have pedestrian access to the public rights of way as well as bike racks. We are reducing impervious coverage by almost 11%. So there will be an increased, a lot of landscaping we're proposing, over 20 trees and 140 shrubs. So you'll see on the rendering, there's definitely an upgrade to the landscaping, especially around the perimeter of the site. Correct. That's the main, pedestrian access. Specifically, the park is to the north. So if anyone's coming off Hempstead, they would walk in through there with the crosswalk to the site. The architecture is going to be very similar to the Levittown site, the brick veneer, the dark and light brown colors. I do have a board if you'd like to see it. Sure. I'm going to let our traffic engineer answer all the traffic questions, but yeah, this is very similar to Levittown site. So it's the brick veneer, it's the dark and the light browns. I think it looks very nice, and it's I think upgrade as to what's there today. So for signage, the wall signs are compliant. Really, the only relief aside from the special permit is the fact that we need the menu boards. Those count as signs, so we do need a variance because we need the menu boards in addition to the monument signs. And then also the setback, I think it's 15 feet required, but we're at 11.2, so fairly close to that requirement. If we try to put it any further, it would be in our driveway. Operations, 6:30 to 10 every day, closed on Sunday. About, one delivery every day, box truck that comes in the morning, and then a couple deliveries per week. Tractor trailer that's off hours. No, it's all on the premises. And then from a drainage standpoint, we are upgrading the drainage with 5 inches of storage via dry wells. And again, we have worked with NCDPW for their review and approval of the stormwater design. Ultimately, I think what this site is very specifically designed for that drive-through. It's a safe and efficient design. We've restricted the access to right in, right out. It's the longest queue on Long Island, 36 cars. And we are increasing the landscaping, aesthetically, going to make some upgrades with the building and the trees. And again, we've carefully designed the access points with DOT and DPW. I'd like to just pass it along to Ethan from Atlantic Traffic, unless there's any questions for me from a site civil standpoint.
I just want to note, I'm sorry, he mentioned a 15-foot setback for the signs. It's actually 20, so I just want to correct that.
It's a statement. Try it. There are no, when you exit parking lots on fast food there's no trash receptacles as you leave. The parking lot.
You gotta eat the food, not throw it away.
The one in Levittown, I've noticed, I went there, drove through it, and when you exit the parking lot, there's debris on the ground because there was no trash receptacle to toss it out. That should be a consideration. I know it's not here, but
Typically, they're up by the building, so.
yeah, but that's not, people sit in their cart, unpackage, eat, and leave. Now what do I do with it? Some of them throw it on the ground, as we all know. On the way out, as you exit, there might be considering a trash receptacle. That's all.
Okay.
It's just a comment.
Consider? Yes, yes.
So, Keith Wachikowski, Atlantic Traffic and Design, traffic expert. I've been recognized by this board before. My credentials have not changed since that time. I'll try to be brief. It's a long afternoon. Zach covered a lot of the site aspects already, but there are a couple points I want to make for the record. So we prepared a traffic impact analysis that has been submitted to the board. That was last revised in October of 2023. It has been reviewed and approved, as Zach mentioned, by Nassau County DPW and the Department of Transportation. So, when we look at traffic generation for this type of use, as the board may be familiar, we typically use Institute of Transportation Engineers nationally published data for a variety of uses. They actually don't have a ton of data for this specific use, given the drive-through only and pickup window aspect of it. They don't have it's a little bit of a novel use, especially for here on Long Island. So given that, we did study several sites that Chick-fil-A already has in operation, not on Long Island because they don't exist here yet, but we evaluated those sites and compared that to the ITE trip generation rate so that we could be using the most conservative evaluation of traffic for this site. We did find that it was much higher than the ITE rate, so that's what we used when we performed our analysis. And again, that was reviewed, and we worked with the DPW on that and had some back and forth. So we also didn't provide any trip credit for the existing use for that bank. It's been empty for quite a while. So we looked at Hempstead Turnpike and Merrick Avenue, as well as Merrick Avenue and the Lloyd Court, which is where that Bristol Assisted Living is. That's the site that had issued the objection letter, and as well as the Hempstead Turnpike and the Sonic driveway to the east. So when we applied the traffic generation to the 3 intersections and looked at our site driveways, we found that the movements at the intersections calculated at a level of service E or better, which is acceptable level of service. It was really minimal changes in delay for many of the intersection movements at the adjacent intersections. And the other thing we did, and this is through coordination with DPW and DOT again, and Zach mentioned it, is each of the driveways are right in, right out only. So we really wanted to limit conflict points on Merrick Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike. Typically when you have a left turn, as you're all aware, there's potential for more accidents, more conflict points. So the existing driveway on Merrick Avenue actually is a full movement. So we're converting that to a right in, right out, and then converting the 2 driveways on Hempstead Turnpike, we're reducing the number of conflict points on both roadways. And then a big point of our evaluation was also the dual fulfillment drive-through. As you've seen me testify here before, we've studied dozens of fast food restaurants throughout Long Island in the area, including Chick-fil-A, and we also looked at those DTO sites, the drive-through only, pickup window sites throughout the country. Based on our evaluation of existing Long Island sites and the other drive-through pickup sites, we find that the 36-car stack will be, sufficient to accommodate the demand. And then, in addition, we worked with the the DPW for possible mitigation plans should it exceed beyond those 36. So, just before I get into that, let me answer your question. You had the question about how long it takes from entering the drive-through to getting your food and exiting. We found that the Chick-fil-A research has about 5 to 6 minutes from the point you order. So in most traditional fast food restaurants, that's a specific order point. But with Chick-fil-A, they use the staff that they have to enter the driveway. They have iPads. They try to get those orders in as soon as possible to make that flow more efficient. So it could vary, obviously, based on how long the queue is and how many people you have, but they do everything they can to try to optimize that flow. Please stop me if you have any questions. I mentioned the mitigation plan. We basically agreed with DPW that should it extend beyond that 36 vehicle queue, that we would close the ingress on Merrick Avenue, because as you can see, the end of the queue is sort of near that driveway, and that we would queue cars within the site, and you have about 56 you could queue on site before you queue back to Hempstead Turnpike and cause any issues, and we think that's more than enough. Yes. Yeah, so that pretty much concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions. We think with the way we've laid out the site and the efficiencies in the drive-through operation, that it won't be detrimental to the adjacent traffic flow.
We also have Mike Lynch, who can address the contents of his real estate report, and Dave Wortman with VHB, if you would like either of them to summarize their contents or have any questions. Both reports go through the criteria for the special use permit and the variances and demonstrate that we comply with all of the thresholds. Which part? I was just saying that their reports summarize the criteria of both variance and special permit, and that we comply with all of the standards. But if you have any questions for either of them, otherwise we'll rely on their reports.
The record, I do recognize Mr. Lynch in the back as a real estate expert. It's good to see you, Mr. Lynch. Thank you very much for sparing us.
Is that your case then?
Is there any other questions?
I have none. Is that your case?
Yes, that is.
Okay, then I
Thank
will
you very
move that the
much.
hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Mr. Amato, I saw you walk in with your package, and my initial comment was you didn't bring enough paper.
Thank you very much for consideration. You too.
Watch your back.
Our next case is 66423 West Hempstead, Prit M. and Harbans Singh. Variances, subdivision of lot, side yards aggregate, maintain dwelling on a lesser lot, demolish existing garage, Plot A, also known as 603 Maple Street, and 66523 West Hempstead, Prit M. and Harbans Singh. Variances, subdivision of lot, front width from the street line, part of the distance to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage, Plot B, north side Maple Street, 200 feet east of Kent Place.
All right, good evening, Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, for the applicant.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good evening.
Good evening. It's been a long afternoon. We'll try to be brief.
Not long enough.
On this application. This is a subdivision application concerning property at 603 Maple Street in West Hempstead. This is a one of the somewhat typical lots you find in West Hempstead that are both that are quite deep and allow for the possibility of constructing multiple dwellings on legal-sized lots, but without having full frontage on the public street because of the depth of the lot. So you've seen many of these types of cases before where we are proposing to subdivide this piece of property and to create two building lots, maintain an existing house on Plot A, which would be maintained on a parcel of 10,125 square feet, and then behind it, so to speak, to construct a new home on parcel B, which would be 18,915 square feet. That second house on parcel B would be accessed by its own proposed driveway, which would have 25 feet of frontage at the street, which exceeds the state required minimum, but of course is insufficient for purposes of the building zone ordinance, which requires 55 feet. That's the only variance that is requested for the construct house. It's just to construct it's create a lot with insufficient street frontage for the reasons I just outlined. The maintain house the house itself would not change. We will be removing an existing garage, as you can see, that would protrude across the lot line and into the proposed driveway, so that garage will be removed. Everything else will remain the same on the house, with the exception of the fact that we will add a parking pad in front of the existing residence. Should be shown on your plan as proposed driveway. It'll be located in front of the of the westerly side of the house, where it indicates 1 story. The parking pad will be in front of that 1-story section of the house. It will be
20 feet, it's 20 feet wide.
It's 20 feet wide
30 feet.
by 30 feet deep, so it'll have enough parking for, exactly, 2 to 4 cars, as Mr. Nelson is saying. So we're adding a driveway. The new lot will have its own driveway. There's no need for any shared access here, and it will have a 25-foot frontage at Maple Street. Mr. Nelson will go through the radius map briefly, but you'll see that there are many odd-shaped, irregular lots that are adjacent to and abut this property. And I'm also going to hand up a couple of 4 consents from neighbors who are located in the immediate vicinity, right across the street, and the lot that is abutting, which is labeled on your map Rivera. They have given their consent and letter of no objection. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
As you heard, for the application, the entire parcel contains over 29,000 square feet. Under normal conditions, that would yield over 4.5 houses. The maintain is fully compliant, but there seems to be a small de minimis request for a side yard aggregate. The greater side yard for the maintain is 12.9 feet on the westerly side, does not change. The easterly side has 6.5 feet. The aggregate side yards are 19.4 feet. The crux of this application would be for the new parcel that would have a new colonial house with a 25-foot access way from the street. 25 feet to a depth of approximately 135 feet, then it widens out to 100 by 155. The main body of that parcel in the rear would have over 15,540 square feet. The pole portion of it is 3,375 square feet, for a total of 18,915 square feet. I handed in exhibits that'll include photographs of the subject property, the surrounding uses, predominantly single-family residential homes. I handed in an aerial view of the subject property. On that aerial view, as you'll note on the radius map, the development in the area. Just to the east of the subject property would be 2 similar flag lots, one with a 15-foot frontage, the other one is wide at the street, narrows down to approximately 15 feet before it gets into the body of the development of the parcel to the north. They are known on the radius map as 625 and 629 Maple Street. They were recently approved. They were developed. Those 2 homes sold for in excess of $1,125,000 each. The subject property would have a new colonial that would be worth at least that much as well. The development in the area, as I just mentioned, the parcels to the east, and that would be residential A zone, where the subject property is predominantly in a residential B zone. A zones require 60-foot frontage, B 55. Right across the street, the southwest corner of Maple Street and Park Avenue was a recent development by Bianco Homes. Three houses two on approximately 4,000 square feet. The corner was on about 5,500 square feet. Those three homes were developed at that location opposite the subject property on less than the lot area, just on the portion of the subject property, approximately 15,000 square feet for three homes. The subject property is proposing two homes on 29,000 plus square feet. On the south side of Maple Street, from Park Avenue west, you'll find, beginning at the corner, a 60-foot frontage. The next parcel is 41.66 feet, 49.83, 45, 45, and then on the radius, you got three frontages of 30-foot frontages on each.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
I said enough. What I've submitted, if it's accurate, satisfactory to the board, I will end my testimony. There is another exhibit that I submitted with Nassau County Department of Tax Maps, and just to the west, outside the radius, on the south side, a similar flag lot was developed, and it's on your tax map at 536 Maple Street with a 25-foot frontage and the main body approximately 100 by 100.
I do not have a set of the floor plans. I do not have those with me.
Dawn, did you hear that?
But I will say that we would accept all the usual conditions about no basement entrance, owner occupied on sale, the usual conditions the board imposes.
What's that?
We'll sod the lawn. We'll make a nice lawn. There'll be a lawn there.
Almost 99%. Another month. Have you seen it?
With
All
your-
brick in the front?
You have a
Nice.
luxury apartment there?
Yeah.
Luxury apartment.
It is, too. Cost me a fortune.
Exactly.
What?
I don't.
There is a basement.
There should be a full set of floor plans for it.
Patrick, help them out. On your last day, you can help them out. My problem? Wait a second, you guys got computers? Bring up the town website.
Basement, no outside entrance. We'll accept the condition that there not be, and I thought that was removed in an earlier stage. I had asked that it be removed, I thought it was. There will be no exterior entrance, it's 4 bedrooms. There's 4 planned for upstairs and 1 downstairs. On the first floor. It's unfinished basement.
Yes.
Yes, unfinished basement. We should have one that does not have it on it. I thought it had been removed, but I don't remember, but at an earlier phase, I looked at it and I asked them to remove it. There should be a version with it removed. I will make sure it's sent over. Yes. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, Mr. Nelson, and your client, I suppose, Mr. Singh, you'll all be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
Can I have a vote to close the hearing? And we can make decisions tonight.
Okay. I move that we adjourn the hearing, close the hearing. Second, he wants.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Let's go to decisions.
Okay. Now the decision. Yes. Oh, don't talk like that. I'll slow it down. Don't talk like that. 723 to 725 of 2033 Baldwin Loyette Brathwaite. Do I have any questions or discussion from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move P 723 to 725, 23 in Baldwin, located at 700 Thomas Avenue, be approved as requested.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Case 726 of 23 West Hempstead Liberty Utilities. Do I have any discussion from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
No,
Oh, the sequel. I withdraw that.
no, I'll make this.
Can we have a sequel motion?
Case 726 of 2023, West Hempstead, property at 840 Cleveland Street, West Hempstead. I move that the board adopt the negative declaration as the sequel termination.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any
In addition
abstentions?
to that, Mr. Chairman, I move as it relates to the same case, 726 of 2023, that we grant the proposed relief
With generator conditions?
with
Yes.
shed and generator conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Case 727 of 23 Somerset Brewing Company, Somerset, Maine. Some call it
Well,
Somerset.
I wasn't in for that case, I was with Becky. What happened?
Do you want to do this?
Well, it was fine.
It's got hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a
Well, you could just say
temporary
hours are
permit.
represented on the record.
Right, Joan, you're up.
Okay, wait.
I move case 727 of 2023, located at 94 Cherry Valley Avenue, West Hempstead, it's a Somerset Brewing Company. They did list the hours that they were going to be open, Thursday through Friday, 3 to 11, Saturday, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, 12 to 8.
No GJ.
No DJ,
Limited to 49 occupants.
limited to 49 occupants.
49 occupants.
Limited to 49 occupants.
That's it, yeah.
What about the second case?
Second, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
So this is granted with conditions.
Yes.
This is,
Do you need what the hours are? Did you get them?
I believe I got, just to clarify, I got Thursday to Friday, 3 to 11. Beautiful. I wrote them down, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't need that. Welcome.
Cases 728 and 29 of 2023, the Inwood Fire District.
I'm
All right,
confused.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm
Other than
confused
a
why.
hypothetical one about res judicata, et cetera?
Well, it's not hypothetical. If we granted immunity already, it's not clear. I mean, I guess there's no harm in granting immunity again if we're so inclined. But I feel like if we granted immunity for them under the municipal, the doctrine of the municipal immunity, why need additional relief? I tried to ask him.
ask.
No, we asked.
Yeah, but he didn't know.
So in the past, how the office apparently has handled this, it's either, we would grant the declaration of immunity in a limited capacity, or we would just grant the variance and then dismiss as moot the application for.
But I mean, I thought the whole point of granting immunity was to say to them, you don't have to do this in the future. Okay, let's do it.
Do secret
It's,
and grant the variances.
you want me to?
And then dismiss.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one am I granting? The actual relief or the? But I know the secret, the relief, okay. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to cases 728, 729 of 2023, affecting the property at 188 Dowdy Boulevard in Inwood, the Inwood Fire District, I move that the board adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination.
Second.
In addition, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board grant the applicant's request as it relates to case 728 of 2023, the special exception to use the premises for philanthropic use to construct addition to the existing firehouse, and that the board dismiss as moot this case 729, the request for immunity.
Second. Aye.
7:30 and 7:31, I'm gonna hold that, those
Yes.
cases and inspect.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that request, to be honest, and if we were inclined to let them subdivide, I think we should make them take out the basement, put it on a slab and add a garage. But we'll cross the
I
bridge when we
agree.
get there.
We'll revisit that after I look at it.
Yep.
Case 732, I'm gonna hold that. We'll look at it.
Can you look at that tonight?
Case 733, 57 LLC.
Get my job. Yes.
Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
They propose limited hours as well. I,
You have that? Okay, they propose it.
yes,
Is it granted subject to?
It's the sushi guy?
yes.
Joe do that.
So, I move that case number 733 of 2023, the 57 Merrick Avenue LLC, doing business at 57 Merrick Avenue in Merrick, that we adopt a negative declaration under SECRA.
Second. Aye.
Opposed, any abstentions?
I further move that case 723 at that same location be granted with the conditions that were enumerated on the record, limited hours of operation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm gonna hold 734.
Yeah, it's 734.
Inspect.
That boils down, if we grant that, I want to grant the relief they need.
I think we need to see this side.
Right, but like this stuff, I boiled it down to what they actually need. They actually need parking in a resident B. They need parking in the front yard setback, or they need the front yard setback for the refuse on Branch. And they need, parking maneuvers. So they only need parking in Res B, parking maneuverability, and. Pardon me?
Isn't it not really in a res B?
Just a little section. There's like 3 spots. There's 3 spots, but they only need parking in Res B, parking maneuverability, and front yard for the refuse on Branch. The rest of the relief is not real relief. And if we do grant it, we're gonna articulate the right way. Because that use, they don't need a use, we'll just say.
And you wanna make that a special exception if it gets granted?
That's right.
Next case.
I thought that case was fine.
1370.
Yeah, I thought that case was fine. So I'll move.
Okay, so
Discussion, make a motion.
I move case 1370 of 23 Point Lookout, Thomas and Kathleen O'Rourke, located at 84 Cedarhurst Avenue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, any abstentions? Case 1371, 2023. Mark Seth Schwartz, we're having a discussion. If not, do I have a motion?
I'll move the case 1371 and 1372, as you've described them, affecting the property at 3420 Hewlett Avenue, Merrick, be approved as requested. All the usual air conditioning. The usual air conditioning.
Second.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
It's pathetic.
Cases 599 through 604. I think that was probably one of the best prepared cases I've seen.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Go ahead, Joe. Do the sequel.
I move,
Can I have a motion?
I move that case 599, 2023 to 604, 2023, the Chick-fil-A Incorporated doing their business at, yeah, I'm gonna do
He's
that.
doing the sequel.
At 1622 Hempstead Turnpike in East Meadow, that the secret determination be declared a negative deck.
Second.
Aye.
I move cases 599 to 604 of 2023. Location is 1622 Hempstead Turnpike, East Meadow. It's the Chick-fil-A. I move that it be granted with all conditions that are normal.
Most.
Second?
Aye.
Too slow.
Cases 661 through 663 of 2023, Point Lookout, Kevin M.
What? No.
Nothing's,
74 Glenwood Avenue.
most of the setbacks the house was not changing was.
That's right, we did it out of order.
Despite looking like a giant request, it was a relatively de minimis request.
It's like 52% of the land.
Well, he's going to do something new, isn't he, to make sure we have it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna
Should
put
we
it-
wait for that? All right. so-
Amended plan?
I don't know.
Yes.
All right, so we'll get those. How to flag lot? The 18,000 square foot, 30,000 square foot.
Where's your sock? You lost your sock.
Huh?
You lost your sock again.
Keeps happening to me. A minute ago, I found it under my butt, I was like,
Let's take one at a time. Case
and I was like, oh, let me
664,
scoot over.
2023,
Let's put the whole thing down there and scoot over.
Martinez Sin. Only one person. Okay. Do I have any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I think they were good cases, they were consistent with the
I
community.
didn't call 665, but if you want to do that.
Oh, I
Well,
feel like
that's
they're a package deal.
The companion. Can't have one without the other.
Did you see that commercial with the bears?
Yeah.
No matter whether you take the one on the left or the right, they'll both be chewy and crunchy. You see that commercial? There's two kids with curly hair
So these
sitting on
are-
a log in the woods, opening a
Okay,
Twix
so I
bar.
make a
They go,
motion
doesn't matter whether you take the one on the left.
Go ahead, just,
Chewy and crunchy.
23 and 665 and 23 West Hempstead. I said 664. Well, I said both. West at Prit Marban Singh, located at 603 Maple Street, in addition to 665 of 23, with normal subdivision conditions, owner occupied, no basement. So, yeah.
So there's
now they
these
get,
two curly haired guys sitting on the log. Yes. I move that case 555, it's like a phone number on TV, right? 555 of 2023 in Seaford, Amy Breidenbach, affecting the property located at 3681 Naomi Street, that the application, that the relief request be granted with the usual subdivision conditions and all other conditions that council to the board sees fit.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
And also 554.
Oh, Oh, it's not here.
Including 554. There is the.
Oh, sorry, I was going by this. And with regard to case 554 of 2023 affecting this related property and the subdivision, that be granted as requested with the usual subdivision conditions and all the conditions. Council, the board sees fit to conclude.
All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions? What else?
Yeah. From the outside, it looks done.
They sent pictures of them, the inside work, it's a shell.
But the outside looks
The
done.
outside, yeah, the outside looks done.
And what do they say, why they still
They're
have
still securing photos to finish this.
21 years? Oh, well. Yeah. But as long as it's not an eyesore, that's the main concern.
It looks safe, it's safe. That's why they have the photos,
That's why we make them look at photos. We invented that.
makes sense.
For the construct, you know.
Okay.
Early, so old.
There's more business to attend to.
I am not leaving, I'm just getting up to put on my
Stretching.
jacket.
How's your
You're
back
getting
feeling?
ready to run.
Has it gotten better since you shrunk?
My leg,
Yeah. Well, all of it.
not noticeably.
So we have an extension of time request in case number 40691 Burnside Avenue to construct. The case was granted June 28, 23. They need more time to secure a building permit. Okay? Hebrew Academy, Nassau County to construct. Case was heard August 31, 2022. They need to secure a permit. They've had one extension. Case number 482, New Covenant Church to construct. It's partially constructed. They need to complete it. It was heard, granted on August 7, 2020, 2002. They have had 26 extensions of time. The photos enclosed show that it gives an appearance of being satisfactory to the community. Case number 77 to 78, New York Joanne Presbyterian. All right. It was case one. It was heard on January 15th, 2020. They need an extension of time to secure a building permit. Case number 374, 380 in Merrick. It's oh yeah. Case number 374, 380 in Merrick, 1801 LLC to construct. It was heard, granted rather, June 28th, 2023. This is the first request. So I make a motion that we give them a 9-month extension of time to do as they requested.
Second.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Okay.
What else?
That's
Oh, we
it.
got one thing, so.
Happy holidays.
Should we close the meeting?
No, this is not the rest of
Should we close the meeting?
Turn off.